Hi guys, this is Hirosaki, and I hope you enjoy this one. This story is all about what if Naruto became curious and researched the history of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto grew up with lofty goals, guts, and determination. Instincts of a born fighter made him grow, duty to his home drove him. As the battle lines begin to blur, he must find a way to reconcile all he's ever known with the man he hopes to become. Chapter 1, Prologue. A not-so-normal Naruto. The sun broke the horizon, bathing the forests in golden light. The dull and repetitive sounds of fists impacting wood echoed around the clearing that encompassed Training Ground Number 9. The training ground was entirely unremarkable, a medium-sized clearing that held 2 tree stumps in the middle of it and nothing else. It held no impressive backstory. It didn't even have an unimpressive one at that. Training Ground 9 was just another training ground, one of the many that were spaced around the great village that was Konohagakure no Sado. It was small, out of the way, and used very little by the general shinobi populace. All of that suited the 10-year-old Uzumaki Naruto just fine. Being out of the way and secluded was exactly how the orphan liked it. Having grown up in a neglected ward of the great ninja village, Naruto had, more often than not, been looked upon less than favorably by the general populace. He, like the rest of the orphans in the village, was a reminder that Konoha wasn't absolutely perfect. He was a stain, if one chose to look at it that way. His existence was a blemish on the otherwise immaculate reputation that the continent's most powerful hidden village boasted. The boy had a head topped with a tuft of shining golden blonde hair, and 2 piercing blue eyes adorned his visage. He was dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt with a collar that reached up towards his chin. Beige shinobi pants covered his legs and were taped at the ankle, leading into standard black shinobi sandals. The hands that pounded an innocent training log were wrapped in white bandages. Many would ask why a boy of 10 years would be training his body at the break of dawn. The answer was that this was a special day for Naruto. It was the day he graduated from Konoha's Ninja Academy. Again, Naruto had entered Konoha's Ninja Academy 4 years previously, at the ripe age of 6, with nothing but the clothes on his back and the name given to him by his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. From there, Naruto had been taking the steps to achieving the dream that he had had for as long as he could remember: to become a respected Konoha Jonin and raise a respectable family with his name. To make the Uzumaki known once more. Naruto was one of many orphans in Konohagakure, and thus the idea of a family was one that had permeated his mind for many years. All that he knew about his family was that his mother was named Uzumaki Kushina and had been one of the many ninjas who had been killed in the Kyuubi attack 1 year after he had been born. His father was unknown and was liable to stay that way. Naruto had made his way through the academy doggedly and methodically, clawing and scraping the skills that were necessary to have him proclaimed as the Rookie of the Year 3 full years before his scheduled graduation. No one had called him a genius, and he had never considered himself to be one. His skills had taken everyone, including the academy instructors, by surprise. He didn't take to jutsu any faster than anyone else. Thrown weapons were no easier for him to handle than for any other person in his class, and he didn't absorb knowledge like a sponge. He merely had a goal to achieve, and the work ethic and motivation to back it up. When Uzumaki Naruto had his mind set to do something, one could rest assured that it would get done. That was just the way he was. He wasn't the heir to some lost and obscure bloodline, nor was he the child of any particularly renowned shinobi or kunoichi. His mother had been a foreign chunin given asylum. His graduating position at the top had been a result of him working for hours and hours more than his peers. Nothing more and nothing less. That had been 1 year ago. 1 year ago he had been on top of his very own world and on the fast track to achieving his dream. He knew that it would take a lot more effort, a lot more work, but effort was never something he had a problem giving. The feelings of elation and accomplishment had all come crashing down shortly after he had met his Jonin sensei, Haddock Kakashi. The 23-year-old A-ranked shinobi prodigy had slammed the then 9-year-old back down to earth and had proceeded to crush his dreams underfoot. The bell test had proven to be a challenge that not even Naruto's work ethic and determination could overcome. Tired, hungry, and bogged down by teammates whose combined skill didn't measure up to his own, Naruto had failed the test spectacularly. The notion of teamwork hadn't dawned on him until the very end, and by then it had been far too late. There had been no second chance at success. The trio of genin wannabes had been sent back to the academy stinging. His pride wounded, Naruto had prepared himself for a year of review and training before he would hopefully be resorted into a new team. That had not been the case, however. One of the lesser-known programs in Konoha was the Shinobi Reserve Program. The program took the failed graduates of the regular academy and put them through a rigorous accelerated training regimen that was designed to turn out Chunin-level shinobi in Kunoichi. It had been instigated by the Nidaime Hokage once it was discovered that less than 50% of all of the academy graduates were actually passed by their Jonin instructors due to failings of some sort. A system that turned out fewer than 15 new shinobi per year was one that simply wasn't pragmatic, not even for the largest of ninja villages. Naruto had taken to the accelerated training, much as he had to everything else in his life, with the same dogged determination that had won him his skills. When he wasn't in class reinforcing what he already knew, he was in his clearing, drilling. The blonde had entered into the program knowing that his dream of Jonin rank was nearly destroyed entirely. The graduates of the reserved program could never obtain the rank of Jonin. That title was reserved for the students of the elite almost exclusively unless they became captains of an Anbu squad or were given a field promotion from the Hokage. Both were long reaches by any stretch of the mill. The result was that many of Konoha's Chunin ended up being just as strong as many of the Jonin. Just because they couldn't feasibly reach the rank by conventional means didn't mean that many of them didn't try. Beyond that, many graduates entered the Anbu Black Ops in order to serve their village as one of the masked elite. The realization that his dream was so far out of reach had greatly depressed the boy for all of about 5 minutes before he had thrown himself back into his training with a fervor that was nearly inhuman. He had his goal and he would reach it, no matter what it took. Every day of the next year of his life had been spent training in some way or another. From dawn until 9 in the morning, he would train his body physically and work on his taijutsu katas. He would eat a meal composed of cold cereal and a protein shake for breakfast at 9, and then make his way to class. Class lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon. It was some of the most boring time of Naruto's young life. From then until 4, he would train in weapons. Everything from shuriken to senbon and the practical application of ninja wire were drilled during that 2.5-hour period. He would break for a modest lunch for 1 hour before going back to drill his chakra control and basic hand seals. The simple and often overlooked aspects of shinobi life were concentrated upon and drilled to near perfection. He was a workhorse and a perfectionist at heart, and he'd be damned if he was undone by something so simple. It was the small details that killed it, after all. Directly following his chakra control practices, Naruto would train and attempt to master whatever particular jutsu he happened to be working on. His mastery was more about understanding the ins and outs of the technique rather than simply quitting after he had managed to perform it. The ability to further modify ninjutsu was something that greatly interested him, and his own perfectionist tendencies would hardly allow for him to leave a technique not fully dissected. As a result, he was familiar with fewer ninjutsu than he might have liked, but he could say with certainty that he had mastered the few he knew. By that time, the day was nearly over, and Naruto retired to his small one-bedroom and one-bathroom apartment. He would eat his dinner and would proceed to meditate and research Genjutsu. Genjutsu could not be practiced by oneself, so Naruto devoted his evenings to researching the art of illusion crafting. He trained all aspects of shinobi life equally in order to become what he felt was the epitome of shinobi, the perfect all-rounder, the jack of all trades, or the glorified generalizer, as he called it. That brought him to his current position today, pounding his fists into a log at the crack of dawn the day of his graduation from Konoha's reserve program. The exam was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., and all of the potential graduates were supposed to meet at 8:45 at the entrance to Training Ground 44, known to many as the Forest of Death. As soon as the potential graduates had been informed by their instructor as to the location of the exam, Naruto had done some immediate scouting and research. Training Ground 44 was a booby trap in and of itself, and for that reason, it was used for the survival part of the Chunin selection exams whenever they happened to be in Konoha. The research had produced results that were decidedly unappealing. Any objective that was to be found in the Forest of Death meant that the final exam would be a survival test. It wasn't that Naruto was bad at survival tests. He wasn't bad at anything in particular, he just didn't like them. And they always tested stamina, something that he had too little of to be happy with at 10 years old. Feeling his fist impact the log for the 2000th time that morning, Naruto stopped his punches. He carefully unwrapped the bandages that had covered his hands and wrists and placed the white material into his back pocket, directly next to his shuriken pouch. Making his way out of the clearing, Naruto broke into a jog. While normally he would stay and complete his taijutsu training, he didn't want to tire his body unnecessarily before his survival exam. And he needed time to properly digest a good breakfast. A ninja couldn't function properly on an empty stomach. Now could he? A breeze ruffled the hair and clothes of the gathered shinobi as the Forest of Death loomed ominously behind them. Checking his watch, Naruto saw that the time was exactly 8:45 as he stepped through the gate that led to Training Ground 44. A ninja is never late, nor is he early. A ninja arrives precisely when he is supposed to, Naruto recited in his mind. The second his foot touched the ground of Training Ground 44, Naruto was planning. His sky-blue eyes scanned the crowd of shinobi hopefuls, not stopping on anyone in particular, but assessing everyone. This was a survival exercise, and that meant that anyone and everyone was a potential enemy. The ones grouped together and tittering nervously would pose no real threat unless they attacked him all at once. They held no confidence in their skills, and even the smallest lack of confidence was exploitable. The same went for those who stood mostly alone and arrogant in their posture, but for a different reason. A confident swagger and an air of self-assurance were good for a shinobi to have. It displayed confidence and could set the tone of a confrontation. But the overbearing arrogance displayed by many of the reserve students was appalling. They reminded him of the one student he had bypassed during his stint at the regular academy, Hyuga Nizi or something. You'd think they owned the world, Naruto wondered with amusement. The thought was sobered by the fact that he had been much the same way only 1 year ago. Before he met Hatake Kakashi, that was. While he may not like the Jonin, he had to at least mentally thank him for showing him that he wasn't as good as he had thought. Everyone got their reality check at some point. He knew he would be glad that he got his early rather than later. Moving to stand with the rest of the hopeful, Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of one of the proctors speaking up. "Listen up, runts." A proctor with silver hair began. "My name is Tauji Mizuki, and I'm gonna be the proctor for this exam." The scowl on the man's face was designed to look intimidating. Naruto thought it laughable. The man wasn't imposing in the slightest. As a Chunin of Konoha, you are expected to take on the majority of the missions that come through the mission office B ranks, the silver-haired man named Mizuki continued. A B rank mission can be anything from guard duty to a search and destroy mission that may be vital to village security. Naruto found himself bored with the man's speech. It didn't contain any information he didn't already know, and he just wanted to get this exam over with. He was looking forward to treating himself to a congratulatory bowl of Ichiraku ramen afterwards. Best stuff in the world, that ramen was. Your mission today will consist of the retrieval of a scroll from the innermost point of the forest, the central tower. Your objective is located at the topmost point of the tower, and there are only 25 total scrolls. With 51 of you here today, that means that roughly 50% of you will pass, Mizuki said. The sound of nervous tittering from hopefuls followed. Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. The test seemed fairly simple overall, and the only way he could see it becoming harder was if there was an imposed time limit. The man seemed to read Naruto's thoughts. Your time limit is 1 day and 1 day only, the Chunin said. Shock mingled with no small amount of outrage from the general populace. Even Naruto was wary for a short amount of time. You fail if you fail to retrieve a scroll or are otherwise subdued. Killing is not permitted under any circumstances. The last statement managed to shut the crowd up pretty fast. Killing one's comrades was looked down upon in all but the most barbaric of villages, and the thought that someone among them might kill one of them in order to pass was an uneasy thought. All examinees are to report to a gate in groups of 3, no more, no less. I trust that you are able to divide yourselves evenly," Mizuki finished, a rather poor attempt at a sneer marring his face. As the Chunin hopefuls rapidly moved towards a gate of their choice, Naruto calmly walked forward to the first gate, the one where Mizuki had been standing. He was quickly joined by 2 others who had taken his example, one boy who looked decidedly nervous and a girl who looked too confident for her own good. The girl flipped her long red hair over her left shoulder as she sneered down at the younger and undeniably shorter Naruto. Naruto, for his part, merely smiled pleasantly in response as the girl opened her mouth. "Given how short you are, you must be that little phenom that everyone was talking about earlier," the unnamed girl said with the sneer still firmly etched on her face. "And that's a bad thing?" the blonde thought snidely. The pleasant smile didn't slip for a moment as Naruto shot back, "That's me, I guess. You seem to have me at a disadvantage though, stranger. Isn't it usually polite to introduce yourself before you jump into a conversation?" The sneer merely deepened Naruto's statement. The young boy decided to find a teacher to help him perfect a sneer like that. "Chi. All you need to know, runt, is that I'm gonna show what a real ninja is once we get in that forest." The girl promptly turned her back on Naruto before he could make a response. "Oh really?" Naruto asked skeptically. His smile dissolved into a fierce smirk. "Tell me, stranger, I wasn't aware that real ninja wore white. Correct me if I'm wrong." The girl simply leveled Naruto with a glare that could freeze the tropical waters of sea country, as the other boy chuckled slightly to himself. Naruto took the ensuing silence to look over his peers once more. The girl was indeed wearing white. It was part of a form-fitting dress that the girl wore that would allow for the maximum range of movement. Intermingled with red, the white dress was certainly pretty and even functional, while it flattered the Kunoichi in training's developing curves, generously, not that the 10-year-old Naruto cared all that much. Even so, the fact that the color scheme would stick out like a sore thumb amongst the green that permeated the forest of death overruled the practicality of the dress. Shifting his blue eyes to the boy who was now casually leaning against the wire fence, Naruto noted that the once nervous boy was now quite comfortable with his situation. Dressed in a forest green shirt and black pants, the boy sported a pragmatic look, given the situation. The look was further augmented by the slightly bulging weapons pouches that he carried on him and the black bandana that covered his hair. "At least he looks competent," Naruto mused. For all he knew, the boy could be as bad as the dead last, who had been dumped on his team the year before. Incompetent retard that he was, Naruto thought uncharitably. "How about you then?" Naruto addressed the boy. "What's your name?" "Kishimoto Akira, at your service," the boy said with a fake pompousness and bow that was humorous despite the serious situation. Naruto smiled back. He liked pleasant people. "Uzumaki Naruto, at your service, future Jonin." Raised brows met his pronouncement. "You seem confident in yourself. You do know that the road to Jonin is a really long one for a reserve grad, don't you?" Akira inquired. The smile only got wider. "Course I do. Won't stop me though," Naruto proclaimed confidently. "I know what I need to do and I'm no stranger to hard work." Akira seemed to appraise the short blonde once more before giving a curt nod. "Well, good luck then." Naruto nodded back in response. "Enough chatter down there," the Chunin gate guard said from his post above them. "I'm about to open the gate. Let the test begin." Mizuki's voice blared over the hidden speakers at the gates. The words had barely registered and the gate had not even fully opened before Naruto blurred into motion. Using speed that had been gained over countless hours of training, Naruto's right hand dipped into his leg holster and withdrew a kunai. No one had time to react before Naruto viciously slammed it into the back of the unsuspecting red-deeded girl's head. As the unconscious body slumped to the forest floor, Naruto formed a single hand seal. A second Naruto formed from the ground behind the stunned Akira and tapped the back of the boy's head. The smile on Naruto's face was bittersweet as he watched the boy's eyes roll backwards as he too slumped to the ground in unconsciousness. "Too bad," Naruto stated to no one in particular. He supposed that he was addressing the now gaping Chunin guard. That was the way of the ninja world though. The strong prospered while the weak and hesitant stumbled and were lorded over, waiting expectantly and plotting for the day when they would become the strong. Many others were cut down before their time to shine. Akira was a prime example. At least the boy had a chance to break out of the sleep-inducing genjutsu Naruto had placed on him. Perhaps he would acquit himself well by stealing a scroll from some unsuspecting wannabe. The girl, however, wasn't so lucky. Naruto sneered in distaste at the redeed. She would be lucky to wake up in anything less than 10 hours. Even then she would probably still have a concussion. Bitch should've have called me a runt. Reholstering his kunai, Naruto dispelled his Tsuchi Bunshin with a minor application of chakra. That particular technique would serve him well in the future, and he was glad he had taken the time to properly master it. Being able to form the solid clone with only one seal was something that would prove to be invaluable in a sticky situation. It was something he had prided himself on, as Earth wasn't his primary chakra affinity. Winking cheekily, the flaxen-haired youth gave the still-floored Chunin a two-fingered salute before bursting into the forest of death at breakneck speed. Naruto cursed his lack of forethought as he blocked the swipe of a kunai. That one would have sliced open his jugular and left him all but a defenseless, bleeding, soon-to-be corpse. Leaping backwards to put space between himself and his attacker, Naruto unleashed a hail of shuriken. The bladed weapons didn't connect as expected, but they managed to push his enemy off of the attack for the moment. In hindsight, it was borderline retardation to think that there wouldn't be guards surrounding the tower where his objective lay. Naruto had made it through training ground 44 with little trouble and with nothing but a few minor altercations with some other trainees. The small skirmishes had left him with a few bruises and scratches, but nothing more. The phrase "you should see the other guy" would have been appropriate. After reaching the tower, the 10-year-old blonde had calmly made his way towards the tower's entrance, where he was immediately set upon by a man who he assumed to be one of the examiners, an assumption made based on the Chunin vest the man wore. That had been exactly 1 minute and 17 seconds ago. Not many ninja battles made it past the 1-minute mark. The element of surprise made that doubly so in the field. As Naruto Kawarimi with a nearby log flipped through a series of quick seals, he figured that the only reason he was still alive was the fact that the examiner wasn't trying to kill him. A movement in the corner of his right eye alerted him to the presence of his attacker charging him, a kunai hurtling towards his position. A smirk spread across the boy's face as he felt the kunai pass by him 1 meter to the right. Illusion in place. As the Chunin sprinted towards him in a zigzag pattern, Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and disappeared in a shunshin. The nameless Chunin was moving quickly to cover the ground between himself and Naruto, so when Naruto's outstretched arm made contact with the genjutsu-influenced man's solar plexus, it was as if the man had run headlong into a stone wall, with the speed of both himself and Naruto combined. The Chunin, under the influence of Naruto's small genjutsu, was unconscious before the pain could register. It was a moot point, however, as he would have been unconscious anyway. The second his back made contact with a tree some 5 meters away, the fight had lasted exactly 1 minute and 35 seconds. As Naruto quickly checked to make sure the man was still alive, he had hit the tree quite hard. He cradled his throbbing right arm. The attack had been a spur-of-the-moment idea of his and had proven itself effective. He would have to make sure that he reinforced his arm properly in the future, though he had nearly dislocated his shoulder. Lariat, he thought with a small touch of pride. I'll have to remember to write that down. It would go right next to his first original genjutsu on his personal scroll. Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu, the genjutsu Naruto had used to trick his Chunin assailant into believing he was a meter from his actual position, was a technique of his own making. The Chunin had a steady pulse, so Naruto felt comfortable leaving him where he was. Another examiner would find him, no doubt. Turning his attention to the tower, Naruto went over his knowledge of the exam. His target objective would most likely be at the top. They'll be expecting me to enter through the top windows. It would be what a shinobi would do after all. It would be best to think outside the box in that case. Forming a single hand seal, Naruto formed a Tsuchi Bunshin in the foliage behind him. Using a quick kawarimi, he replaced himself with it and commanded it to approach the tower from the outside. As the clone left, he cloaked himself in his Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu and overlapped it with a Niju Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu. If anyone actually managed to spot him entering the front door, he would have sufficient cover. Not to mention that any assailant would have to dispel 2 genjutsu to even find him. Not many ninja thought to look past a single genjutsu for one that may have been beneath it. Shaking himself out of his thoughts on the failings of many shinobi, Naruto quietly moved to the front door of the tower. It would be best to simply get the test over with. While he felt that he was probably the first to the tower, arrogant as it was, he knew that it wouldn't be long until other trainees managed to catch up. He trusted his skills though, and strode confidently into the tower that held the key to his shinobi future. "Mind if I join you?" A smooth voice spoke up from behind Naruto. Turning away from his steaming bowl of pork ramen, Naruto's eyes found the figure of Tauji Mizuki. The silver-haired proctor was visible through the white flaps that served as an entrance into the Ichiraku ramen stand. Behind the silver-haired Chunin stood a young woman with short black hair and a Chunin vest. She had her arms folded under her chest and seemed to be waiting impatiently. "Not at all. Company's always appreciated." Naruto addressed his former proctor with a smile. He seemed pleasant enough, outside the constraints of duty that was. A smile appeared on the man's face. "Great then." Turning to address the woman waiting outside, he continued, "Why don't you head home, Tsubaki-chan? I won't be long." The short-haired woman sighed lightly. "All right then, but don't take too long." She leaned in and gave the man a quick peck on the cheek before leaping to the roof on the other side of the road. Mizuki looked after her fondly, but with a touch of annoyance. "Is that any way to say goodbye to your boyfriend?" "I don't think so," he mumbled. Naruto choked back a chuckle. After she had disappeared, the silver-haired Chunin moved inside the stand and sat on a stool next to Naruto. "I'll have a medium miso ramen, please," he ordered to the stand owner. "Good choice," Naruto quipped from beside him in between bites of his own ramen. "That one's my favorite." Mizuki nodded in agreement. "Yeah, miso is good. A friend got me into it a few years back, and I haven't stopped eating it since." "You've got a smart friend there, Tauji-san." Naruto nodded his approval. "Mizuki, please, we're coworkers now, aren't we, Naruto-san?" Mizuki asked with a smile as his ramen appeared in front of him. "Guess so," Naruto agreed. A quick glance down at his new Chunin flak vest over his usual black attire brought a smile to the young Chunin's face. "Indeed. In fact, that was what I was hoping to talk to you about." Naruto raised a blonde eyebrow. "You were looking for me? What for?" Mizuki paused in the slurping of his noodles to cast a glance at his 10-year-old companion. "Partly the rumors that seem to be circling you now, but mostly because I was hoping to introduce myself properly, I mean," he quickly amended. "The little intro I gave yesterday hardly counts." Naruto barked a laugh. "Are you always that intimidating?" Mizuki had the grace to blush and look sheepish. Well, I guess I didn't do such a great job with the intimidation factor, did I? It's not really my thing." "Nope." Naruto asked for his bill and pushed his bowl away before turning to his colleague. "So what do you wanna know?" he inquired. "I doubt that you would come to introduce yourself if you didn't have questions." "Well, you're right about that," Mizuki began. "I guess I found myself intrigued after I heard the report from one of the gate guards about how you entered the forest." Naruto nodded with a barely noticeable smirk at the memory. He was proud of that little moment of quick thinking. "I watched the tape earlier, so I figured that I would do a little digging. And you came to me for some answers," Naruto finished for him. "So, how many people did you ask before you found out that I came here all the time?" He was surprised and a little flattered that the man was taking an interest in him. Maybe his skills were finally starting to be recognized. If Mizuki was unsettled by the boy's perceptiveness, he didn't show it. "Just one actually, Yumino Iruka. You know him, I suppose." Naruto nodded in recognition. The scarred Chunin, an academy teacher to Naruto's knowledge, frequented Ichiraku's quite a bit. The two had crossed paths more than once. "Yes, I know Iruka. So, what do you want to know?" Mizuki appraised the boy for a few seconds before starting. "Well, there are a few that I'd like to ask, but you look like you want to leave, so I'll be quick." Naruto nodded. He did want to be getting home soon. "What exactly is someone of your age and talent doing in the reserve program?" Mizuki asked, his full attention on Naruto. Naruto scoffed lightly. He knew that the man would ask that. "Long story, but I'll give you the quick version." Mizuki nodded in agreement, so Naruto continued. "I graduated at the top of my class last year, and had the misfortune of being on Haddock Kakashi's Genin team. The silver-haired man winced whilst nodding. The young Jonin was becoming notorious for the failing of every Genin squad given to him. Yeah, that'll do it, I suppose. It still is a bit of a surprise though. It's not every day that the top rookie gets sent to the reserves. A sagely nod met his statement. Yeah, though it's been good for me. I was a right arrogant prick out of the academy. Mizuki started a little at the entrance. Naruto wasn't someone who he had pegged as arrogant at all, confident and self-assured, but not arrogant. The boy actually seemed fairly humble, but it might have been an effect of last year. Well, Naruto said, shaking Mizuki out of his thoughts, it was nice meeting you. Maybe we'll work together on some missions in the future. The thought wasn't unappealing to the blonde 10-year-old. Mizuki came across as someone who he could trust. Probably not, Mizuki replied with a small wince. I'm starting a stint at the academy in a week. Iruka's class actually. The old assistant got promoted to Takubetsu Jonin. It was Naruto's turn to wince in sympathy. Ouch. That class has Saratobi in it. He noted that Mizuki's eyes darkened when he spoke the name of the village's resident prankster, though it was for a different reason than Naruto thought. Yeah, Mizuki replied grimly, I take it you're not a fan of the boy's art. Naruto scoffed in derision. Hardly. The kid is an idiot and an insult. He has the shinobi no kami as his grandfather and that elite tutor Abisu training him, and he spends his time pranking the villagers. It's no wonder that half the village seems to hate him. Mizuki merely nodded. He couldn't trust himself to say anything about the boy without breaking Sandame's law. Naruto was only a year older than Konohamaru after all, skill and maturity notwithstanding. Well, I hope to see you around then, if we won't be on missions together. Naruto stuck out his hand with a smile. Mizuki grasped the outstretched hand firmly. Indeed. Have a good night, Naruto-san. And you. The wind was a silent whisper in the evening atop the Hokage monument. Naruto felt it tussle his hair gently as he stood atop the head of the yondaime. He came up here every so often in order to watch the sunset. With the monument facing northwest, it provided a spectacular view. It was a bit of a thinking spot for him, a place where he could gather his thoughts after an interesting day. And what a day it had been. He had made Chunin. Not that there had been any real doubt in his mind that he would. It was an eventuality to Naruto, just like he knew that he would become Jonin one day, just like he knew that he would make the Uzumaki name known throughout the elemental nations once more. Would you be proud of me, mother? He wondered as he turned his gaze to the east, towards the sea in the former Whirlpool country. The former home of the once respected Uzumaki clan, Whirlpool country, had been decimated at the tail end of the Second Secret Shinobi War. Its former inhabitants were some of the war's final casualties. Not much was known about the once respected nation, only that it had once played host to the Uzumaki clan, a clan that had been decimated the same day Whirlpool had been wiped off of the face of the planet. There had been only two survivors. Uzumaki Kushina, his mother, was the only one who managed to make it to Fire Country in Konoha. She was 7 years old. From there, her shinobi career began. It was one filled with many missions and strife due to the outbreak of the Third Secret War, and Kushina had made Chunin at the young age of 12, in the short-lived peacetime between conflicts. She had never made it any further. Presumably, she had met Naruto's father somewhere along the way, and the two had had him when Kushina was 21. Naruto had no idea who his father was and really had no desire to find out. The man had abandoned his mother when she needed him the most and left Kushina to fend for herself. It was only because of the savings that his mother had from her ninja career that she and Naruto had been able to get by for a year. What might have happened later was unknown, as Kushina had been one of the many shinobi in Kunoichi cut down in the Kyuubi attack. The only memory Naruto had of his mother was of her kissing him goodbye one night. Given the red glow that was emanating from the windows during the memory, Naruto assumed that it was the night of the Kyuubi attack, the last time he had seen her. Ever since he had been old enough to understand his mother's sacrifice, he had thrown himself into training and research. Research about his history and his ancestors, training to become the greatest shinobi he could be, and to establish the name Uzumaki once more. It was not a dream to him, it was an eventuality. One way or another, he would make the name Uzumaki known to the world once again. Chapter 1, Knowledge as Power. Hot damn, Naruto screamed mentally as he dodged yet another hail of thrown shuriken. Back-flipping toward a nearby tree, the 11-year-old Chunin was forced to Kawarimi with a nearby log to avoid death by impaling. Four kunai embedded themselves in the wood as Naruto made it to safety. Deftly regaining his feet after his impromptu substitution, Naruto phased into a soundless, smokeless shunshin. He reappeared, engaging his attacker with a flurry of deft taijutsu strikes, all aimed at nerve clusters, specifically targeted to cause pain and numb extremities. Unfortunately for the young blonde, his assailant proved to be just as dexterous as he, as all the debilitating strokes were blocked. Moving quickly to take the advantage in the close-range fight, Naruto felt the cold metal of a kunai slip into his hand in a practice movement. The assailant dodged a sweeping slash at the throat with almost casual ease, moving quickly to place distance between himself and Naruto. A Suiton, Sujinheki quickly sprung up from nowhere to combat Naruto's retaliatory Gakakyu no Jutsu, an impressive feat considering there was no readily available water source nearby. Across the clearing, Naruto flipped through a series of seals as he cursed his locating affinity. It was a situation that irked him constantly and came back to bite him in the most annoying ways. I would have inherited the Uzumaki Suiton nature from Mom while living in Fire Country. True to its host nation's name, Konoha was the world's leading village in terms of Kaiten-natured techniques. It was Naruto's luck that he was affiliated to the elemental opposite of fire. His reverie was broken as a thick mist covered the area, and the blonde boy scolded himself for getting lost in thought. He smirked slightly, however, as he felt his chakra-laden mist settle itself over the clearing and surrounding area. His jutsu had worked perfectly. Using the enhanced mist to seek the chakra signature of his attacker, Naruto moved his position discreetly for minimum acoustic amplification. This was exactly contrary to what most practitioners of the silent killing technique would do. The technique required that the user be able to detect any and all presences within the mist, and acoustic amplification was one of the most popular ways of going about that. Unfortunately for many practitioners, the technique became well documented after Kurigakure had used it to deadly effect in the Second Secret Shinobi War, and many had devised ways to combat it. Many Kiri-nin had been killed after having their eardrums burst due to loud noises made to deliberately debilitate the would-be silent killer. Recognizing this fatal flaw in a technique that had many uses for a ninja with Naruto's skill set, the child shinobi had worked to devise a way around it. After executing the Kurigakure no Jutsu, Naruto would then spread chakra from his body in an outward wave. Chakra, as a combination of both physical and spiritual energies, could be and would be absorbed by any organic matter unless otherwise acted upon. The sole exception was the human body, an entity that had so much chakra in it by nature, and one that automatically combated foreign substances attempting to enter it. The result was that Naruto could almost immediately perceive any and all humans in range of his wave without the use of acoustic amplification. Ninja especially, as their bodies had so much stored chakra they were like beacons to his senses. He was still working on a version of his mist that would automatically help him detect chakra signatures and was unnoticeable. Sensing his chakra rebend off of what appeared to be a human shape, Naruto burst into motion. Palming twin kunai from his holsters, Naruto silently charged through the mist before slicing the throat of his attacker with a dual-bladed cross slash. The effect was immediate, and the body of his assailant dropped lifelessly to the ground before crumbling into earth. While normally a cause for concern in a fight, Naruto was exactly the opposite as he let his mist dissipate into nothingness. Why should one be concerned after destroying one's own clone? It was a training technique that Naruto had been using more and more lately. There truly was no better way to hone one's skills than by fighting an equal, and who was more equal than a clone? While the Tsuchi Bunshin was mostly restricted to favorable terrain, i.e. earth, there was hardly a short supply of the needed material, especially in the training grounds surrounding Konoha. Stopping in numerous places around the slightly larger training ground 9, it had been forcefully expanded due to collateral damage inflicted by Naruto himself over the years. Naruto collected his strewn weapons before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. While he could use the technique without the need of smoke, it required an intense level of focus. that Naruto didn't feel the need to expend for something as mundane as speedy travel. Reappearing in Konoha proper, Naruto immediately took to the rooftops, knowing all too well the dangers of using Shunshin in the streets. He had nearly killed himself running headlong into a merchant's stand shortly after he had learned the technique. They really should mention that in the scroll, he mused thoughtfully, a tinge of leftover embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He had caused quite the scene that day, so much so that the Anbu had to be called to sort out the commotion. Upon reflection, the Anbu were being called to police the village more and more, what with the absence of the former military police force. Made exclusively of Uchiha clan shinobi, the military police force had been a casualty of the Uchiha massacre, as well as the entire clan save one. Naruto merely hoped that Uchiha Sasuke would prove to be an asset to the village, like he himself was. Konoha was always in need of new blood and talent, and Uchiha Sasuke was said to be promising, at least according to Mizuki, who had ended up as one of the boys' academy instructors. Although, maybe not exceptional, Naruto mused. The boy was 1 year younger than Naruto himself was, and was still in training at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto had already graduated by that age, having been a member of the Konoha Ninja Corps for over a year. Naruto had had time to see how truly exceptional he was, at least for his age. But some people matured and gained strength differently and at different paces. That fact was more apparent to Naruto now more than ever. Ever since graduating from the reserve program, Naruto's once large leaps of strength and prowess had regressed to baby steps. It was endlessly frustrating to the now 11-year-old Chunin. He had goals that he needed to accomplish, and he couldn't do that while he was taking baby steps toward prowess and skill. Maybe I'm just getting stronger in different directions, the flaxen-haired boy reflected. While his learning of ninjutsu had tapered off recently, mostly due to his limited chakra reserves strong for his age he may have been, but he was still only 11. There were many different and diverse sectors of shinobi skills, and Naruto was nothing if not curious and thirsty for more knowledge that might help him. That very thirst for knowledge is what led him to where he was now. Konoha's Grand Archive. 3 stories tall and with its girth taking up an entire street block, the Grand Archive was the second largest building in Konoha proper, second only to the administrative building, which served as the general shinobi headquarters and housed the Hokage. The archive was a perfect circle and had a large engraving of the leaf symbol on the side facing outward toward the walls. Naruto shook his head fondly. He would never tire of seeing the grand building, and that was saying something, as he spent much of his free time perusing the thousands of scrolls it housed, even more so now, as he had no other way to occupy his time in between the various C-ranked missions he ran with makeshift squads and training. Moving forward briskly, the 11-year-old Chunin entered the towering oak doors that were always open, flashing his shinobi ID card to the 2 Chunin guards stationed outside. The card was very simple and issued to all shinobi of Konoha. It held his name, date of birth, shinobi ID number, and rank. The latter was the most important as it gave him his clearance level. While the Grand Archive didn't hold any ninjutsu over the rank of B, one could find a whole host of subjects covered within the Great Dome, ranging from standard shinobi skills to history on the very elemental nations. With his B-ranked Chunin clearance, Naruto was allowed to peruse nearly the entirety of the library, save the A-ranked sections. While nearly all of the sensitive information regarding some of Konoha's more covert operations, most of them in times of war, were held either in the administration building or in Anbu headquarters, the Grand Archive held a small amount of declassified records. These records were reserved for those with a rank security clearance, i.e. the Jonins, and were mostly historical in nature. Naruto didn't care so much about the semi-sensitive information that the archive held. No, he thought as he swiftly made his way over to a section of the archive that held detailed scrolls on human anatomy. My interest lies within shinobi skills. At least for now. The archive held everything he needed to know about being a shinobi, security clearance or not. For that was what the archive was, really, a grand library containing all of Konoha's amassed knowledge about the shinobi arts. Finding his needed section, Naruto pulled out a scroll detailing medium-range hand-to-hand combative techniques and information. In medium-range combatives, two opponents are already within touching distance. The arsenal of possible body weapons includes short punches and strikes with elbows, knees, and hands. Though bladed weapons are not excluded, headbutts are also effective. Do not forget them during medium-range combat. A shinobi uses his peripheral vision to evaluate the targets presented by the opponent and choose his target. The shinobi should be aggressive and concentrate his attack on the opponent's vital points to end the fight as soon as possible. A shinobi must be cautious, however, and be mindful of his surroundings at all times. Moving downward quickly, Naruto skimmed the introduction, as he had already read it, and moved to the section detailing the various kill points in the human body. He already knew the 8 vital spots: the heart, lungs, liver, jugular vein, subclavicle vein, the brain, the kidneys, and the spine. They were basic facts that were necessary to know in the Reserve Academy. While the regular academy trained boys and girls to be genin, beginners in the field of the shinobi world, the reserves trained genin to be chunin-level shinobi, to be killers. The difference was a significant one. He was more interested in points that could be used to directly incapacitate an assailant, whether through the use of weapons or otherwise. It was an essential skill that all the most heavily trained, heavy combat-oriented Anbu had. Given that Naruto strived to be a squad captain in the elite shinobi corps, even if only to one day secure the coveted rank of Jonin, it was a skill that he thought necessary to have. When he submitted his application to join the most elite shinobi unit in Fire Country, he intended to be well ahead of the curve. His musings and dreams of future Anbu success were abruptly cut short as he felt a soft hand ruffle his blonde hair none too gently. "Well, hello there, Naruto-kun," a familiar voice spoke in a sing-song tone. "Ugh, giraffe, my, will ya?" Despite his less than favorable response, a grin could easily be seen on the face of the 11-year-old. "I'm trying to study here, you know." "Ah, but that makes you no fun." Naruto-kun, the girl, now identified as Mai, said in a sing-song-like voice, as she plopped down in a chair across from Naruto. "All you do is study, study, study. Honestly, you need to make time for other things." The voice took on a more serious, solemn note as the girl lectured. His head now free of its momentary turmoil, Naruto raised his eyes to meet those of Mai's, and he couldn't stop a small blush from forming as he observed the older girl's form. With her auburn hair tied into a full, elegant knot at the top of her head and 2 long strips falling into her face, Komi Mai looked the picture-perfect teenage librarian. The effect was only accentuated by the flowing, sun-colored dress she wore. Form-fitting and skillfully crafted, the dress hugged the teenager's near-perfect figure, so as to leave little to the imagination. In moments of reflection, Naruto would readily admit to having a crush on the 16-year-old girl. He was an orphan with unknown heritage, unwanted, unspoken to by most of the village, and, for the most part, unacknowledged for his skill. Mai had been his first real friend, not to mention the first female to ever talk to him outside shinobi training. The fact that she was undeniably beautiful only helped the matter along. "Nah, you know that's not all I do, Mai," Naruto replied with a pout that Mai found adorable on his boyish face. "I eat, sleep, train," he finished rather lamely, realizing that he indeed did spend the majority of his time training in one way or another. Whether it be in the archive, on a mission, or in the training grounds, Naruto's life almost constantly revolved around his shinobi career. Mai raised a well-manicured eyebrow in question, before sighing quietly. Naruto immediately felt bad. He hated to see her unhappy, especially with him. "That's what I mean, Naruto-kun. You need to make time for other things besides being a shinobi." She raised a hand to stall his protest. "I know all about your dreams. You've told me before, kiddo." Here she favored the young chunin with a small smile, to which he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. He had told Mai of his life goals on more than one occasion, and with great relish. The smile faded quickly as the auburn-haired beauty returned to her lecture. "Being a ninja shouldn't be the only thing you care about. Goals are no goals. I was the same way once, you know. Before, well, you know." Indeed, Naruto did know. Mai had been a kunoichi until 2 years ago, a very talented one at that. She had made genin at 11 and had remained so for 3 years. Her mission record was sterling, containing 47 completed D-ranked missions and 24 C-ranked. She was on the fast track to success as a kunoichi and would have been if not for a debacle in her final Chunin exam. Her sensei, one Rukishu Aoi, had nominated her team for the Chunin exams once before, in Konoha, and they had failed the secondary part of the exam. While Aoi wasn't a man generally known for his prudence or intelligence, he had held the team back for 2 solid years of training and missions before nominating them for another Chunin exam, this time in Sunegakure no Sato. The team had made it all the way to the finals, a 3-on-3 team battle between squads, when Mai ended up squaring off with a kunoichi from Kumagakure no Sato. They had ended up as the final members of their respective cells. Both other members had been previously eliminated, one Konoha nin dead, and fought each other for the promotion to Chunin. Mai had been soundly outmatched by her older opponent and had been caught in a chakra conductive net that was a favorite of Raiden users, not giving Mai a chance to surrender. The Kumo Kunoichi had channeled her Raiden chakra through the net and managed to fry all of Mai's nerve endings almost beyond repair. It was only thanks to the timely intervention of one of Suna's medics, an elderly woman named Chiyo, which had allowed Mai to regain some semblance of her former motor skills. The medic had managed to ensure that she would be able to lead a relatively normal civilian life, though Mai never had the option of being a ninja again. It was a sad fact of shinobi life. Shinobi and kunoichi alike were often injured severely or cut down before their time. It was because of this that Mai often tried to get Naruto to think about life outside of being a ninja. She felt that at his age, he should be more focused on having fun with his life rather than training to be a killer. One never knew when one might be killed, after all. Naruto's eyes were cast downwards, and his face set in a grimace as he recalled Mai's past. He knew why she always encouraged him to study less, and her reasoning was sound. He was intimately familiar with the perils of shinobi life, having his mother taken from him by the Kyuubi, since almost before he could remember her, had instilled that piece of knowledge into him at a young age. It was also because of that fact that he knew he would never give up being a shinobi, not until he was satisfied that he had made her proud or he was dead. Anyway, the auburn-haired girl continued with a bright smile that Naruto couldn't tell was fake or not. I think that's enough depressing shit for one day, don't you, Naruto-kun? At his nod and bright smile, her own whitened. So, what's new, kiddo? Naruto couldn't keep a small blush from his face as he watched the older girl smile at him. She really is pretty. The blush deepened as she raised an eyebrow at him in question, and a sly smirk crossed her angular face. Naruto floundered, racking his brain for what she had just asked him. He had been paying too much attention to her face and not her words. Taking pity on him while chuckling at his reaction to her, she repeated herself. I asked, what's new, kiddo? Oh right. Naruto chuckled nervously while rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. Mai had the singular ability to make him flustered. It was vexing to the nth degree for the 11-year-old. He didn't quail under the harshest of glares from bandits, allied jonin, or academy teachers, yet a 16-year-old girl could fluster him no matter what. Naruto blamed his emerging hormones. Oh, nothing much. I'm meeting with my new team today. A well-manicured raised eyebrow met his response. Really? I thought you had a team already. Naruto shook his head in the negative. I did, but it was just a rotational squad. We only did a few C ranks and patrol duty runs around the border. This one should be a more permanent squad. The rotational squad system was a system designed to allow rookie Chunins to get their feet wet and learn to adapt to the Chunin lifestyle. Most squads didn't stay together for more than a few months and only ran simple missions. This was a part of rookie Chunin's probation period. At the end of a Chunin's probation period, they would be shuffled into an existing squad in order to take higher-level missions. Mai nodded her head in acknowledgement. So, what are you studying? Something to help with your new team? Naruto shook his head again. Not quite, just a taijutsu manual. Mai looked surprised. "Oh, I thought you were plenty good at taijutsu. Why aren't you looking up ninjutsu? I know that's all I did when I was your age." Naruto smiled at the compliment towards his skill, hidden though it was. "There's no real need. I won't be able to use most of them yet. I just don't have the chakra to throw around ninjutsu all the time." It was true. Though Naruto was gifted with a slew of natural talent, he wasn't gifted with an abnormally large chakra capacity. While it was large for his age, and that was only because of the amount of intense training he put himself through, at least in comparison to other 11-year-olds, it was still too small for him to throw jutsu around like party favors. It led into his exploration of the other areas of ninja life, mostly genjutsu and taijutsu, and he hoped would help him develop into a well-rounded ninja rather than the ninjutsu-oriented shinobi that were the norm. Sneaking a peek at the scroll that Naruto had been immersed in, Mai grimaced when she caught sight of the title, Mid-Range Combatives. Her grimace was warranted. The scroll was basically a detailed list of the quickest ways to kill someone hand to hand. Naruto's hand found its way to the back of his head yet again. "Yeah, I figure that if I'm pretty deadly up close, it'll help me compensate for my lack of chakra and open up space for ninjutsu when I get a little older." The auburn-haired beauty conceded the point. It made sense, as Naruto's points almost always did, ramen being the greatest food in the world aside. The feelings of bemusement remained, however. It was simply too surreal to see an 11-year-old both reading and passionately expounding on the various merits of being able to kill a man 16 different ways from within 5 feet. It didn't curb her interest, however. "Yeah, I guess it makes sense." An eyebrow was raised as she thought of something. "You can't really practice this stuff on your own, can you?" It was true. While taijutsu katas could be practiced solo for hours on end, true proficiency couldn't be achieved unless those same katas were drilled through combat, be it sparring or actual life and death struggles. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, but I've got a pretty good training partner. That and I get some free practice when I get to round up bandits on some of my missions." "Oh, who do you practice with?" "Aside from myself, I practice with a guy named Mizuki." Taoji Mizuki, Naruto elaborated when the name had no effect on his friend. "He's an instructor at the academy." Mai nodded in acceptance, though not in recognition of the name. "Ah, that makes sense. You get to practice with an older, more experienced shinobi, while he gets to keep his skills sharp." Naruto smiled. That about covered it. "A mutually beneficial partnership," he proclaimed proudly. Mai blinked twice before bursting into a fit of giggles when it became abundantly clear that Naruto had no idea why. As evidenced by perplexed look and growing blush, she spoke. "Sorry, it's just that me and Jendo had a conversation where that phrase came up." She burst into another round of giggles before finally managing to compose herself. "It sounds like an official title for a gay relationship." At the proclamation, Naruto's blush deepened. While young to be familiar with the concept of sexuality, Naruto was both observant and curious. It helped that he spent most of his time around people twice his age. Naruto searched for a way to restart the conversation, preferably around different topics. "You and Jendo-sen talk about that stuff often?" He winced at his failed attempt. "And what stuff could you possibly mean, little man?" A voice questioned from behind Mai as a pair of lean arms wrapped around her neck and torso. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." "Jendo-kun," Mai squealed in delight, turning to plant a kiss on her boyfriend's cheek. Naruto grimaced in disgust. Whether because he found the action distasteful or because he found Kawasaki Jendo distasteful as a whole was unclear. Kawasaki Jendo was the civilian son of a well-to-do merchant. Not overly wealthy, but well-off. Jendo spent his days in relative luxury, going to Konoha's top civilian academic school, learning to run his father's business, and spending time with his girlfriend Mai. Handsome, relatively wealthy, and Mai's boyfriend to boot, Naruto had plenty of valid reasons to hate the 16-year-old. He would have loved to as well, were it not for the fact that Jendo was a genuinely likable person, if not the sharpest kunai in the holster. "Mai-chan," the teen responded, while turning his girlfriend's face to plant a firm kiss on her lips. Naruto looked away at that. Likeable or not, he took no pleasure in seeing the older boy kissing his crush. Lightly slapping her boyfriend on his shoulder, though not truly protesting his actions, Mai pulled away. "Jendo-kun, Do you have to do that here? She chided lightly, gesturing to the library itself, but meaning the immediate area in front of Naruto. If Gendo caught her meaning, he didn't show it. "Ah, you know you like it, Mai-chan, and did you forget that we had a date planned for?" He paused, taking note of the time for dramatic effect. "Right now?" Mai gasped lightly. "Oh, I completely forgot. I'm sorry." Turning to Naruto, she addressed the slightly irritated 11-year-old. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I've gotta run. I'll talk to you later." Naruto forced a smile, none too happy about having his company taken away. "Sure thing, Mai, I'll see you later." Mai planted a quick kiss to his forehead, drawing a small blush that Naruto quickly worked to conceal. "Bye, Naruto-kun. See you around, kiddo," Gendo added with a smile and a wave as he left with Mai in tow. "Bye," Naruto said weakly, alone once more. Turning back to his scroll on Taijutsu, he sighed, before rolling it up and moving to place it back on its proper shelf. He had long since memorized it anyway, today had merely been a touch-up. Glancing around the archive, the world seeming all the more dim without Mai's presence, he swiftly moved to the section devoted to Genjutsu. Passing a pretty, dark-haired woman in a dress that appeared to be half fabric half ninja wrap, Naruto felt a small smile worm its way onto his face. Genjutsu was a subject that he could immerse himself in for hours on end, and he had little doubt that his hours would be wasted. The light breeze tousled blonde hair gently as the sun beat down upon Naruto's back. Breaking into the open space of Training Ground 14, Blue Eyes took in the empty state of the large clearing. Checking, he noted that he was exactly on time. Given the empty state of the large training ground, the blonde immediately knew something was amiss. His danger senses flaring, Naruto was already in motion. Before his sensitive ears caught the telltale whistling of a Fuma shuriken tearing through the air toward his position. Acting on instinct, adrenaline already coursing through his body, Naruto let the laws of physics go to work as he caught the center of the bladed weapon with his outstretched hand. Allowing the momentum of the Fuma shuriken to work with him, Naruto let his body be turned around before releasing the shuriken with the force of his own throw, augmenting its initial velocity. Crouching low, Blue Eyes took in the form of his attacker, a surprised look on his face as his weapon raced back towards him. A fast Kawarimi saved him, however, as the giant shuriken tore into the log that replaced him, indenting itself nearly halfway. The residual chakra from the substitution alerted Naruto to the man's position and he pumped chakra to his legs for a shunshin, focusing hard not to use any smoke or emit sound. Reappearing in front of his adversary, Naruto had no time to react as a kunai slashed through his neck. The man, dressed in standard Chunin garb complete with flak vest and Hittite, started in shock as the body of the 11-year-old disappeared in a haze. Genjutsu, the shinobi thought with a grimace as his ears picked up the sound of a single footstep, much too close to his location for his liking. To the Chunin's credit, he managed to bring up his kunai to Naruto's neck as he felt the cold edge of a knife touch his jugular vein. "Stalemate," Naruto said calmly, feeling the kunai of his attacker pressed into his neck. The Chunin, who Naruto could now see had a large scar across his left cheek, smirked slightly. "Not quite," he said, as two figures, both dressed in flak vests and with their Hittites acting as bandanas, dropped to the branch behind the threatened Chunin. Outnumbered 3-1, Naruto slowly withdrew his kunai from his attacker's neck, though he didn't replace it in his pouch, unknowingly earning a few points with the three shinobi as he kept it held loosely in his right hand. The man opposite him withdrew his own blade, surveying Naruto with visible curiosity before he stowed the knife. The man, seemingly done with his observation, nodded slightly and cocked his head towards the clearing that made up the majority of Training Ground 14, as if that were the signal they were waiting for. The two men behind Naruto's attacker vanished in puffs of smoke and swirls of leaves. The two remained for a moment before using their own shunshuns to reappear in the clearing. Facing the three Chunin, Naruto felt himself relax slightly, knowing that whatever test had been designed for him was over, at least for the moment. He had expected something of the sort, to be honest, his age having made his hopefully future teammates wary of his skill. It was to be expected, he was only 11 after all, though it was certainly annoying having to prove himself. He just hoped that he had passed his test with flying colors. He had never failed a test save for the bell test and didn't wish to start now. Not gonna lie, the scarred Chunin began capturing Naruto's attention immediately. When Central Command said that we were getting an 11-year-old shifted in, I was skeptical. I see the reports about you weren't exaggerated, Uzumaki Naruto. In spite of the professional tone they were speaking in, Naruto could detect the faint note of respect in the man's voice, and it brought a smile to his face. Glad I don't disappoint, though you've got me at a disadvantage, Chunin-san. The man nodded with a small smile. Namiashi Raidu, at your service. The man to his left, who carried an Anmu-grade ninjakin on his back, went next. Gekko Hayate. A pleasure, Uzumaki-san, he said softly. Shiranui Genma, the last man grunted as leaned against a tree lazily. Naruto noticed that he was chewing on a large toothpick. As the sun glinted off it, he realized it was a senbon needle. Uzumaki Naruto, but you guys already knew that. Raidu nodded. Naruto noted that he appeared to be the one in command of the squad, at least if this meeting was any indication. For the most part, though, your file only included your mission history and academy grades. You want an introduction then? At the nods of both Raidu and Hei, Genma didn't look to care much either way. He continued, the name's Naruto. I like ramen, training, and hanging out with a few of my friends, I guess. Images of Mai and Mizuki came to mind. Not too much I don't like, though I hate lazy bastards and idiot dead lasts. My ambition is to become a jonin, and I hope to have a small family one day. Hayate nodded with a smile, seeming genuinely interested in what Naruto had to say, while Raidu shot an amused glance at Genma when Naruto mentioned his dislike for lazy bastards. The senbon chewing man was trying to fall asleep while leaning against the tree. Well then, Raidu began clapping loudly, both to call attention to himself and wake Genma. Welcome to Team Raidu. Before we start taking missions, we have to run through basic team training. At Naruto's obvious confusion, he elaborated. General formations, battle tactics and strategy, stuff like that. Hayate grimaced slightly, showing his displeasure at the idea, while Genma's senbon nearly dropped from his mouth as he groaned, I hate noobs. Naruto blushed slightly, more out of offense than any embarrassment. He wasn't too fond of being the focus of someone's distaste, especially for such a small reason. With the Chunin teams being shuffled every 6 months to a year, unless the team showed outstanding cohesiveness and talent, basic training was a usual occurrence. It wasn't fun by any means, but Naruto felt that it shouldn't be counted as a chore, especially by an experienced shinobi like Genma. It showed a lack of professionalism. Quiet, Genma, Raidu snapped, seemingly sharing Naruto's sentiments. Turning back to the team's newest member, he continued, don't mind him, he's just lazy. I'm going to need to see what you can do, so as to best place you in the squad, and develop formations and maneuvers that suit you best. Naruto nodded, eager to prove himself. Alright then, how do we do this? Well, the best way to go about it would be to place you in a combat situation to gauge how you react to certain things. I didn't get too much from our little tussle back there other than the fact that you're actually competent, and I need to know what you can do best. The Chunin's eyes lit up as a devilish smirk crossed his face. Why don't you try your hand with Genma there? Balls. Genma only had time to widen his eyes as a blonde blur sped toward him. As he danced out of the way of Genma's retaliatory strike, the laughter of both Raidu and Hayate in the background, the blonde Chunin reflected that he would get along with Raidu just fine. Maybe this team wouldn't be so bad. As Naruto would later reflect, the team was far from bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. Basic training, as it was known, lasted only a week and a half, a process that was sped up considerably by Naruto, whose growing proficiency and determination made the tedious drills fly by quickly. Hayate and Raidu were impressed, Genma merely seemed thankful. In the months following, Team Raidu took various C and B ranked missions, most without incident. Naruto also found, much to his pleasure, that the constant team training and sparring, not to mention the more dangerous missions, had kick-started him from his plateau. Having never been on an experienced team before, the second opinions from Hayate, Raidu, and even Genma on occasion served to greatly increase his learning ability. It honestly surprised him. Training with the 3 experienced Chunin also served to develop his hand-to-hand skills at a rate faster than he had even thought possible. Sparring with different opponents than he had been used to had forced him to develop faster reflexes in order to counter the unpredictability lest he get hit. While it wasn't a life-or-death experience, Naruto would take what he could get, especially as he wasn't particularly willing to put his life on the line simply for better reflexes. He was ambitious, not suicidal. The determined blonde found that he was evenly matched with 2/3 of his team, though Raidu remained both the strongest and most experienced of the lot. Apparently it was Team Raidu for a reason. He easily outclassed both Genma and Hade in Genjutsu, while his close-range Taijutsu was probably a little better than even Raidu's, at least in terms of pure effectiveness. With his constant training and sparring, Naruto was nothing if not ruthlessly efficient when it came to dispatching his opponent's close range. In turn, the three older Chunin completely eclipsed his ninjutsu abilities, though Naruto was coming along quickly. Genma, a mid-range specialist, was highly proficient with Earth Jutsu and liked to use them to work his opponent into a corner where he could make an easy kill, preferably with his trademark Senbon. Raidu, having the largest reserves of the four, was a ninjutsu expert and excelled with fire techniques and earth techniques both. Becoming proficient with two elements was a skill almost required to become Jonin and spoke well of Raidu as a shinobi. Naruto had the utmost respect for his commander, recognizing both the man's skills and his experience as a leader. Hade was a close-range specialist with his Kenjutsu and used a creative combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu to supplement his deadly skills with a blade. Naruto had taken an interest in Kenjutsu mostly because it was required to have some proficiency in Anbu and had been receiving some lessons from Hade on the side. In return, Naruto was helping the man create a new technique that involved both Kenjutsu and Jinjutsu. It looked both promising and deadly. With their differing skill sets and experience, Team Raidu was a reliable Chunin squad. Their competency was recognized, and the four found themselves tasked with a B-ranked assassination mission. While not uncommon for Chunin squads to receive such missions, this one was special. It tasked Team Raidu with the destruction of a compound of bandits situated in the heart of River Country, the country that acted as a buffer zone between Fire Country and Wind Country. Killing bandits wasn't a difficult task, but the compound was apparently being run by B-ranked missing nin, a fairly well-known jonin named Kurisuke Hideki. The man hailed from Kumo and had defected after a failed mission during the height of the Third Great War. Their task was to kill him, whatever underlings he may have had, and destroy his compound that had been terrorizing the plains of River Country. It was simple in theory, perfectly plausible on paper, and certainly doable in execution. A straightforward B-ranked assassination mission as decreed by the Konoha Missions Office. Unfortunately for Team Raidu, the powers that be never considered that someone else might have been after Kurisuke Hideki as well. There were 3 signs that something was wrong when the Konoha squad reached Kurisuke's compound. The first sign was that the wooden gates, similar but much smaller than the ones guarding Konoha, were torn completely off their hinges. The second sign was the bodies strewn throughout the small compound. It was a bloodbath. Kunai, shuriken, and more perforated the dozens of bodies strewn haphazardly through the streets, blood dripping from the still cooling corpses. The stench of death hung heavy in the air. Naruto had almost gagged, while the very air that Team Raidu breathed was laden with ambient chakra, an obvious sign of shinobi involvement. The third sign was the silence. Am I going to be the asshole that says that it's quiet, too quiet? Genma piped weakly, attempting to fight growing unease and nervousness with humor. Shut it, Genma, Raidu hissed. He made the hand sign for immediate retreat. Some other force is obviously at work here. We need to return to Konoha immediately and inform the Anbu. They'll be able to handle this. I'm afraid it's a bit too late for that. At the sound of the voice, the Konoha squad spun abruptly, eyes taking in the forms of 3 shinobi, all wearing forehead protectors with the symbol for Iwagakure. The body of Kurisuke Hideki was draped roughly over the tallest man's shoulders. A short man, with a tuft of red hair and carrying a zanbatsu as large as he was tall, stepped forward. His eyes glittered malevolently as he raised his cleaver. Well, now I've not killed any Konoha trash in over a decade. What do you say, gents? Time for some fun? Chapter 2, Trial by Fire. Naruto had fought many dangerous men in his short shinobi career. Some had, obviously, been more dangerous than others. He had fought bandits and wandering Ronin on some of his earlier missions, and he had even killed a few small-time missing nin on some of his B-ranked missions with Team Raidu. None of them compared to the might of the Iwa squad that had appeared from nowhere in the middle of river country. Originally, Naruto had thought the three-man squad arrogant when they had squandered the element of surprise in favor of pointless posturing. Much to the boys' growing distress, the Iwa nin had the abilities to back up their boldness in spades. Sometime in between when earth and spikes burst from the ground forcing Team Raidu to dodge lest they be fried by the ensuing electric current, and when the red-haired man with the Zanbatsu rushed in and delivered a debilitating strike with the flat end of his Zanbatsu that immediately removed Hayate from the fight, Naruto realized that he and his team were in over their heads. Iwa formed their squads differently than Konoha, opting to pack more power in a smaller group. Standard formation dictated that each squad was made up of 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin. In theory, it would allow for the squad to move more quickly while having enough power to compensate for the lack of a 4th member. Naruto had learned all that from a history text detailing the Third Great War. He had also learned that Iwa designated certain squads as kill squads that were designed to be able to eliminate high-level targets efficiently and with impunity. Given the way that the three handled themselves, the carnage behind him in the formerly sprawling hamlet, and the ease with which the short man had dispatched Hayate, a seasoned Chunin in his own right, led Naruto to believe that they had indeed stumbled upon a Wagakure kill squad. All of that flashed through Naruto's head at the speed of thought, barely registering in the boy's mind before being discarded as he scrambled to intercept the red-haired shinobi, who was moving to finish Hayate. 2 kunai were planted as Naruto's focus increased to insane levels and he slipped into Shunshin. The blonde Chunin immediately felt the strain on his body from the jutsu as he reappeared in front of the short Iwa nin. The twin knives were brought to bear in a hasty overhead block that halted the cleaver in its tracks. Naruto's arms shook under the weight of the man's Zanbatsu as he attempted to deliver the coup de grace and the Chunin gritted his teeth. Feeling his twin kunai slipping, Naruto channeled the remaining chakra from his shunshin to his legs, digging his heels into the ground. Feeling a rush of air behind him, he almost sighed in relief as Hayate's body was whisked away by Genma. He was out of the kill zone. Enacting a quick kawarimi with a nearby piece of debris, Naruto grimaced in pain. He'd be feeling the strain on his chakra coils in the morning. If I get out alive, that is. Seeing Genma moving to engage the red-haired Jonin, Naruto assumed he was the Jonin. Naruto's eyes shifted to where Raidu was exchanging blows with the other 2 Iwa nin. Seeing the scarred Chunin create a small amount of space between himself and the stone nin, Naruto enacted a carefully orchestrated maneuver. Naruto had trained with Team Raidu in a series of basic, simple teamwork maneuvers that were trained extensively so that each team member not only was ready for them at a moment's notice, but also expected them. Teams like the Densetsu no Sanin and the Ino Shikacho trio had become famous for their complicated, sophisticated, and deadly combos. In the case of Team Raidu, there was nothing complicated and nothing sophisticated, but it was deadly. It was illustrated beautifully when Naruto reached out with his chakra and kawarimi'd with a rapidly retreating Raidu. The 2 approaching Chunin were entirely unprepared to meet a shorter, smaller, and very offensive-minded Naruto. Konoha's reputation for deadly teamwork gained credence as Naruto swiftly outmaneuvered one of the unprepared Iwa nin and worked his way behind him. The blonde slammed one of his kunai into the base of the man's neck, severing the spine, with a grunt of satisfaction. The entire altercation took less than 2 seconds, pushing the rapidly cooling corpse into the second Chunin. Naruto dropped back and summoned Atsuchi Bunshin to distract the second shinobi. Leaping into the air, the blonde landed on a nearby rooftop, where he was quickly joined by Genma, the latter having been replaced by Raidu, who was engaging the Iwa Jonin. Eyes sweeping over the battlefield, Naruto addressed the Chunin, who was without his customary senbon. "My clone won't hold long. What's happening?" "Hate's looking bad," Genma said in a rush. 2 of his ribs punctured his left lung. "Fuck." Naruto grimaced. "We'll have to do this fast then. I'll take point and you flank." The lazy Chunin shook his head. Negative, Raidu can't handle the Jonin for long. I'm gonna drop in for support. This one's yours, he finished, gesturing to the Iwanin, who had just dispatched Naruto's Tsuchi Bunshin. You gotta be kidding me. Naruto nodded once, curtly. Understood. There was no time for arguments on the battlefield, especially with a comrade injured, only quick decisions and executions. The blonde knew what was expected of him. As Genma disappeared in a burst of chakra to support the beleaguered Raidu, Naruto pulled a scroll from one of the pockets on his flak vest. A short burst of chakra and a swipe of blood later, Naruto held a folding Fuma shuriken in his hands. Naruto snapped the weapon into place before hurling the bladed weapon at the now charging Chunin. He immediately wove a set of seals before leaping to the ground and moving to meet his enemy halfway. Seeing the shuriken coming in at neck level, the Iwa Chunin ducked under it. His eyes widened as he blanched and performed an impressive acrobatic corkscrew to avoid the shuriken that had been in the shadow of the first. Noticing Naruto's charge and reacting quickly, the Iwa nin withdrew 3 kunai with explosive tags and chucked them at the charging blonde to buy himself time. Cursing, Naruto quickly substituted with one of his thrown shuriken, appearing behind the Iwa nin. Grimacing in pain, it was a strain to Kawarimi with a moving object. Naruto palmed 6 shuriken, 3 in each hand, and sent them racing toward the Iwa Chunin. The man, recognizing an attempt to maneuver him, withdrew a kunai and deftly deflected the inbound throwing stars. Hurling his own kunai, the man dropped to one knee, weaving hand seals before slamming his palms to the ground. Doten, Doryuasu, the man intoned fiercely. Shit, Naruto cursed. His dodging of the man's kunai had placed him in prime position for the follow-up ninjutsu. As earthen spikes burst from the ground to impale him, Naruto did the only thing available to him to avoid a painful death. He jumped. In the world of shinobi, jumping into the air while in a defensive position was almost always suicide. The reason being that if a competent enemy had you on the defensive, placing yourself in a position where you couldn't completely control your body movement, i.e. the air, was simply asking to be killed. The same held true here as his enemy leapt to follow him. Hastily withdrawing a kunai from his rapidly deflating weapons pouch, Naruto deflected the Iwa nin's stabs to the best of his ability. The blonde grunted in pain as he took a few shots to the chest, with only his flak vest saved him from taking any potentially mortal wounds. Falling rapidly and with death approaching, Naruto used all of his strength to kick out at the Iwa Chunin and managed to push him off. The blonde flipped through a set of hand seals as he fell away from the man, and a thick mist began to blanket the area, obscuring the Iwa nin's view of Naruto as the blonde hit the ground hard. Feeling his internal chakra fluctuate for a split second, the Iwa Chunin landed in a crouch. Hands forming the ram seal, he stopped his chakra flow with a muttered kai, and the mist disappeared to reveal a charging Naruto, kunai in hand. The knives met with a resounding clang that reverberated through the area and the two combatants' arms. Withdrawing briefly, the two Chunin met once more, blades generating sparks as metal met metal. Dropping back briefly, the Iwa shinobi allowed for Naruto to make a charge once more, before using his longer reach and superior strength to bat away the knife and get inside the boy's guard, stabbing him through the neck. His momentary triumph was short-lived, however, as the body crumbled into mud. Quick thinking saved his head, and Naruto cursed silently as his stab at the man's back was avoided by a desperate roll. The Chunin had great reflexes. Dropping back and making space to catch his breath, Naruto assessed his opponent. The man was both larger and stronger than him, and he undoubtedly had more chakra. In a battle of attrition, the Iwa nin would have him beaten soundly. Assessing himself briefly, he noted that he still had more than half of his chakra still, and a plan began to take shape. This is gonna hurt. One hand seal later, a charging Tsuchi Bunshin was sprinting towards the Iwa Chunin. Watching dispassionately as 4 kunai perforated the crumbling clone, Naruto wove hand seals for one of the few ninjutsu he used regularly. Taking a breath, Naruto expelled a high-speed compacted bullet of water at the Iwa nin. The Suiton Teppadama wasn't the quickest ninjutsu, but it was fast enough to force Naruto's enemy to move rather than block. Focus sharpening to a pinpoint. Chakra control earned by long hours of training came into effect as Naruto slipped into Shunshin once more. Despite the pain that Naruto knew he would be feeling, the high-speed technique allowed him to get close to the still dodging Iwa Chunin. Naruto's personal brand of taijutsu relied on grappling, trapping, and lightning-fast strikes that were too fast to react to. It required speed to steal the initiative at close range, and speed was something Naruto had in spades. Deftly maneuvering inside the man's guard, Naruto easily blocked a desperate punch, grabbing the offending appendage and twisting it painfully. Pressing his advantage, Naruto brought his right arm up while using his left to pull the Iwa Nin's arm downward sharply. The Chunin's arm snapped at the elbow with a satisfying crack. The man had no time to scream in pain before Naruto had kicked his leg behind the knee, knocking him off balance, and grabbed the man's head and twisted it sharply. The corpse collapsed in a boneless heap in a thump as its neck was broken. Fewer than 4 minutes had passed since Naruto engaged the Iwa Shinobi solo. Catching his breath, Naruto surveyed the battlefield, ears picking up the sound of clashing metal. Naruto turned, somewhat surprised at how far he had moved from his teammates. He quickly backtracked. Coming within view of the fight, Naruto noted that both Genma and Raidu looked the worse for wear, Genma especially. With identical nods, the two Chunin dropped back to stand next to each other as they both started making hand seals. Naruto stopped, recognizing the deadly combo, and decided to hang back to watch the fireworks. He couldn't help the feeling of nervousness that gathered in the pit of his stomach as the air became heavy with chakra. This had better work. Genma finished first, and a dragon formed entirely of mud rose from the ground and charged the Iwa Jonin. In an ideal world, Hayate would have been there to lead off with a mud river that would have unbalanced the target. Genma's mud dragon would have followed before being alit with white-hot flames by Raito. If the enemy managed to survive that, Naruto would be called in to finish the job. The technique was golden on paper and even better when executed properly. The world wasn't ideal, however, and Hayate's part of the combo was the most important. Raidu never got a chance to finish the seals for the Kaiten Karyuiden as a powerful bolt of supercharged blue lightning ripped through his body, having passed through the mud dragon like it was nothing but air. Raiten, Jian, the red-haired Jonin bit out. A snarl marred the man's features before it twisted into a grin. "You kill my teammates, I kill you, trash. Fair trade?" the Jonin mocked. A twisted satisfaction rested on his face, turning it into the visage of a monster. For Naruto, time seemed to slow to a crawl as he watched the lightning rip a hole in Raidu's chest. The scarred Chunin's back arched in pain as he let out a silent scream before collapsing to the ground. Bits of lightning still arced across his body as the man lay deathly still. No one could survive that. The blonde Chunin's mind processed two things: Raidu, his friend, his comrade, and his leader was dead, and the Iwa Jonin was responsible. In Naruto's mind, the man's life was forfeit. Effective immediately, Naruto channeled his anger, his hatred. The rage sharpened his focus to a pinpoint as the drumbeat of his heart blared in his ears. The only thing that mattered was that the man responsible for the death of Raidu ended up dead. A plan began to take shape in the young Chunin's head. "Genma," he snarled as the senbon-chewing Chunin landed next to him. "I've got an idea. I'll need you to take a point. Gim space." Genma nodded once, the idea of questioning the blonde's order never crossing his mind. He would be ready to bail Naruto out if the whole thing went sideways. Charging at the Iwa Jonin, who had paused to regroup after his jutsu, Genma flipped through a series of seals before suddenly spitting multiple senbon needles at the red-haired shinobi. Bringing his Zanbatsu to bear, the short Jonin used the flat end to deflect the incoming projectiles before spinning and using his momentum to take a deadly swing at Genma's neck. Much to his shock, the strike missed entirely and he was forced to let go of his sword in order to dodge backwards as the newly substituted Naruto's kunai made a stab for his heart. The man was a Jonin, however, and acquitted himself well. Reacting quickly by drawing his own kunai, the Iwa Nin blocked Naruto's second blade before it could pierce his liver. The man found purchase as he made a grab from Naruto's chest and, using his superior strength, the Jonin shoved Naruto back to make space. Naruto complied, allowing his body to drift backwards with no resistance. The Iwa Nin faltered, losing his balance due to the unexpected lack of resistance. It was a credit to the Jonin's reflexes that he managed to move his head in time to avoid Naruto's thrown kunai, but his eyes widened in shock as the snarling blonde boy disappeared, only to be replaced by the very kunai he had just thrown. The Jonin tried to react, but had no time, as the Kawarimi was a near instantaneous substitution. He felt nothing but a single moment of the cold bite of steel as Naruto rammed the remaining knife into the back of his neck. The blonde roared his victory in his revenge as he fell with his dead enemy. His body hit the ground with a muted thump, and he couldn't stop the faintest, smallest smile of satisfaction that blossomed when he realized that he'd avenged his friend. The smile remained until darkness claimed him. Naruto was in pain, and he had no one but himself to blame. It was all necessary, he kept telling himself, and while the mantra was true, he couldn't help but wonder if there hadn't been another way to go about it all. Preferably a way that hadn't left him in the hospital with his chakra coils damaged. The Shunshin, despite common misconceptions, was not a teleportation jutsu. It was a speed technique, though that didn't make it any less simple. Many thought that the technique should be learned by all academy students young genin, especially as it couldn't hurt. But there were very specific reasons for why it wasn't. Similar to the Kawarimi in nature, the Shunshin required C-rank chakra control, lest the user end up a greasy smear on the ground when the pent-up chakra speeding his movement exploded outward instead of remaining controlled. The jutsu allowed for a quick, nearly insane burst of speed over a short distance and shorter duration, due to the use of chakra to power the legs, in order to move at speeds almost faster than the eye could track. It was this buildup of chakra that made the Shunshin effective as a jutsu, but very dangerous and stupid to use in most combat situations. The chakra buildup had to escape somewhere, and that spot was usually from the user's body at the beginning and end of the run. The discharge made it possible for just about any competent shinobi to estimate both the direction and destination of the user. The other glaring limitation was that the discharged chakra had to go somewhere, and the somewhere was usually the closest object that could absorb chakra, i.e. the shinobi who had just performed the technique. This caused the escape chakra to slam back into the shinobi's chakra coils, a process that was abnormal and could be painful if done too much. The chakra release and absorption put a great amount of strain on the body. As the body was used to having a certain balance of chakra at all points, the heavy concentration of chakra moving in and out of the body could render serious damage to the leg muscles if used too frequently or in too quick a succession. It was for this reason that the use of the celestial gates was classified as forbidden, as the discharged chakra affected the user's entire body, causing massive damage. It was because of these limitations that shinobi like Shunshin no Shisui and the Yellow Flash were recognized as masters of the Shunshin, the Yondaime in particular. They had managed to create and use a modified version of the technique to make it combat effective. Similarly, the Kawarimi used the chakra to latch onto an object and bring it towards the user, while simultaneously propelling the user to the spot that the object had previously occupied in a magnetic propulsion effect. As the chakra could and would mostly be concentrated on the other object, the technique required far less chakra control than the Shunshin, as the user didn't have to worry about much excess chakra being built up, discharged, and then slamming back into the user's chakra coils. But there was still some left over, and that chakra still had to go somewhere. It was for this reason that most shinobi substituted with objects of both organic material and similar size to them. The organic matter would automatically absorb most of the chakra of the user, and the more matter there was, the less excess chakra there would be concentrated on the user able to slam back into them. When Naruto Kawarimi'd with his thrown kunai, he was substituting with an object both significantly smaller than himself and made of metal. As things stood, Naruto had felt every single particle of chakra as it slammed back into his coils and was still feeling it now. Chakra coils took a while to recover properly if you wanted to use them in the future, and Naruto found to his chagrin that he needed to be in the hospital for that to happen. Hospital food, he mused, most likely came from one gelatinous substance that was simply doctored up to look like real food. It was the only explanation that he could think of for why everything on his plate tasted exactly the same. And it didn't taste good. At least Mizuki managed to sneak me some ramen. Unfortunately for the bedridden Chunin, the budget for an academy instructor wasn't all that much, compounded by the fact that he was living with his girlfriend, creating double the living expenses. The man had very little money to spend on frivolous things such as ramen, or at least that was the way the silver-haired man put it. Naruto didn't think that the excuse quite cut it. The man had only gotten him one extra large box, just one. That was one meal. That would only last 25 minutes tops. He still had a few days in this hellhole. That was no way to treat your injured and bedridden friend, at least not in Naruto's mind. Naruto's musings about the unfairness of it all were cut short by the voice of the aforementioned man, who was facing outwards and looking through the window that gave Naruto a good view of the Hokage monument. It's still hard to believe, you know. I mean, I didn't run too many missions with the guy, but by all accounts he was good, damn good. Naruto nodded solemnly from his place on the hospital bed. His emotions were still running high after Raidu's death. Yeah, I know what you mean. He was the best of all of us. Shows you what can happen if you're not careful, even to the best of us. Naruto shook his head. No, he was careful. He had no warning, no indication that anything was coming, no time to react. He would have needed reflexes and speed like the Yondaime to get out of the way. Naruto's gaze turned upwards, eyes losing focus as they took in the pure white ceiling of his room in Konoha's Shinobi Medical Center. He was outmatched. We all were. Civilian clothes rustled as Mizuki turned around to face the blonde. An unreadable expression rested on the academy teacher's face. You killed him though, in the end. Naruto merely shrugged. He could truly say that he didn't really care about having killed the man. 1 week after the battle, Naruto merely wished to forget the whole thing. Have you ever found out who he was? Naruto nodded, eyes coming back into focus. Masahashi Shibito, Jonin from. Mizuki blanched at the name. Holy shit, Naruto, do you even know who that is? At Naruto's blank look, he elaborated. Was a ranked. He fought during the Great War. Naruto raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Genma had been the one to stop by and tell him who it was exactly that had given them so much trouble, but he hadn't mentioned this. The whole squad. God, Naruto, you have no idea what you did, do you? At Mizuki's incredulous look, Naruto allowed a small smile to slip onto his face. It was more for his friend's benefit than because of any real pride. Apparently, I killed some A-ranked badass. At the continued incredulity now complete with hand motions, Naruto snickered to himself. Mizuki really was too funny. He was glad to call the man his friend though. He managed to cheer him up when no one else could or even bothered to. Not just him, his whole squad. Damn, Naruto, if you keep this up you'll be Anbu in no time. The silver-haired Chunin shook his head in disbelief. Hell, they'll come looking for you. Naruto shrugged, blushing slightly at the praise. I had help. I wouldn't have been able to kill 2 of them if Genma and Raidu hadn't been there. His voice cracked slightly on the name of his former captain. It was a team effort. I was just the one who got the kill shot. Mizuki scoffed. Whatever. Downplay it as much as you want. The fact is that you still killed them. You. Not Genma, not Raidu. Shaking his head in bemusement, the Chunin plopped down in a chair that was adjacent to Naruto's bed, taking a sip from a glass of water. Man, I would be surprised if Anbu didn't pay you a visit in the next couple of days. He idly took another sip. They already did. The simple statement had the oh-so-satisfying effect of causing Mizuki to spit out his water. A rep stopped by yesterday, Naruto finished, in between chuckles. Perfect timing. Oh really? Mizuki had regained his composure, what little there had been to begin with anyway. A deadpan expression rested on his face. What did he say? Nothing much. Just that they were interested, had looked at my file, mission records, the like. thought I had potential," he said. Naruto blew a strand of blonde hair out of his eyes. It really was getting long. "You know how it is." "No, Naruto, I most certainly do not know how it is. Does the guy say anything else?" Mizuki asked dryly. His incredulity was warranted. Anbu was the most secret shinobi unit in Konoha and didn't often recruit openly. Especially with people as young as Naruto, the after effects of Uchiha Itachi's betrayal still hung heavy in the Black Ops. If Naruto followed through and became an Anbu, he would be the second youngest in over a decade. Just that it would probably take 6 months to process my application. If I decide to join, that is, Naruto said straight-faced. He casually buffed his nails on his hospital gown. The blonde felt a smile threaten to split his face in two as he saw Mizuki's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. 6 months? You do know that's shaving off a year of the normal processing time? Yup. Mizuki shook his head, throwing his arms skyward in frustration. Of course you know, you cocky little bastard. You really think you're hot shit, don't you? Naruto smirked devilishly. Lil bit. That's it, I'm outta here. Let's see how you like not getting any ramen tomorrow. Mizuki picked up his jacket from his chair and started towards the door, shaking his head at Naruto along the way. Oh dear, I do hope I'm not intruding. Naruto and Mizuki spun toward the door, eyes widening as they took in the elderly form of the Sandaime Hokage, decked out in his traditional Hokage robes and hat. Mizuki composed himself quickly and addressed the shinobi no kami respectfully. Not at all, Hokage-sama. I was just leaving. Well then, my boy, don't let me keep you. The old man gave the Chunin a grandfatherly smile. As Mizuki sped out of the room, shooting Naruto wide-eyed looks the whole way, the elderly shinobi stepped fully into the room, followed closely by a middle-aged blonde man with a long ponytail who sported a crisp flak vest. Alas, Uzumaki-kun, I'm afraid that we require a few moments of your time. Naruto sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose in order to stave off the ensuing headache. He had expected to be debriefed. It was standard procedure after a mission like his. He just didn't expect it to be the Hokage in Konoha's first Fireblade doing the debriefing. The first Fireblade, also known as the High-Jonin, was appointed by the Hokage in order to better manage the shinobi populace. The Hokage could hardly micromanage the whole shinobi force. The Fireblade, Yamanaka Inoichi, headed the Jonin Council and ranked third on the totem pole in terms of highest-ranking ninja. He was behind the Anbu commander, a reclusive figure if there ever was one, and the Hokage himself in terms of raw political power in the village. It was a system that had been set up by Senju Tabarama, the Nidaime Hokage, so that the village could be properly managed in times of crisis, i.e., if the sitting Hokage was unduly occupied or indisposed. It also established the chain of command. If the Hokage was killed before he could appoint a successor, the first Fireblade would assume control of the Konoha military, while the Advisory Council would control the civilian matters until a proper replacement could be found. Hyuga Hisashi, the Fireblade at the time of the Kyuubi attack, had held control over the Konoha shinobi force for all of 3 hours before Sarutobi had been reinstated. Given the importance of the two men sitting at the foot of his bed, Naruto could only assume that he and his team had stumbled onto something big. Mission clusterfucks like his didn't normally cause enough concern for the Hokage and his ranking Jonin to get involved. Check out, it's the same version of events that Shiranui told us. Hokage-sama, the High-Jonin finished, wrenching the blonde from his musings. The Hokage nodded solemnly, eyes firmly locked on the Hokage mountain out the window. He appeared to be deep in thought. Turning from the view, his eyes found the sitting form of Naruto. Tell me, Naruto-kun, did you notice anything abnormal about your encounter with the Iwa shinobi? The Sandaime asked. Naruto took the question as permission to speak freely. Aside from the obvious, the fact that they were there in the first place, it was a rhetorical question, but the Hokage nodded nonetheless. Seemed like a case of really bad luck at first. Kurisuke had money on his head. It's not out of the question to think that someone, even another village, would be after him. The Hokage nodded, accepting the point. But we're shinobi. There's no such thing as bad luck, only misinformation. Naruto continued, the concerns he had been stewing over for the past week finally coming to the fore. But it still makes no sense. The money on Kurisuke shouldn't have been enough to attract Iwa's attention anyway. And even if it was, the bounty shouldn't have been enough for them to send a full kill squad into River Country, a place that is under joint jurisdiction of both Konoha and Suna. The boy shrugged his shoulders, having expressed his concerns. The Hokage nodded with a small smile settling on his face at the young shinobi's deduction skills. Naruto leaned back, eyes closing as he recalled every small detail of the encounter. Unbidden, the words of his almost sensei came to the fore. A shinobi must always seek to look underneath the underneath. Eyes flying open, dots connected in his brain as previously disjointed bits of information formed a cohesive whole. Naruto addressed the Hokage once more. They were waiting for us. The answer was both so obvious and so ludicrous that Naruto had overlooked it completely in his reflections. The Sandaime, who had been having a whispered conversation with Inoichi, turned his head to Naruto. Elaborate, Sarutobi said seriously. They were waiting, they had to be. There was no surprise when they found us. The village was torn apart, but looked like it had been like that for some time at least. Killing Kurisuke wouldn't have taken that long for them. They had no reason to still be there when we showed up. The follow-up "but why?" was left unasked in the wake of the boy's rant. The Hokage nodded, looking to Inoichi, who had a look of surprise etched upon his visage. Indeed, Hokage-sama, the boy is perceptive. Turning to face Naruto, he continued, that is the same conclusion that we have drawn, Uzumaki-san. The question remains, why? Why would an Iwa kill squad be in River Country? Why would they be waiting to ambush a team of Konoha Chunin? The answers have some disturbing implications, the Hokage said. Blonde eyebrows shot up, and Naruto's eyes widened as the dots connected. You think this was a deliberate act of war? The alarm was clear in his voice as a muted sort of terror gripped him. Instead of answering, the Sandaime turned to the window once more, surveying the stone faces of his predecessors and successor. Indeed, my boy, you must be curious as to why both Inoichi-kun and myself are here debriefing you. The question was rhetorical, but Naruto nodded anyway. It didn't make much sense as to why such high-ranking ninja were here to debrief him of all people. Well, the information that you and your team inadvertently helped us uncover is a bit above your pay grade. I have it on good authority that may be changing soon. The Sandaime face was expressionless, not allowing Naruto to get a read on the man. Naruto's mind immediately flashed to the offer the Anbu representative he had said his name was Tenzu had made him. How does he know about that? It was only yesterday. The thought only barely crossed his mind before he mentally slapped himself. Anbu was under the direct jurisdiction of the Hokage. It would have been a shock if the man didn't know. Hell, Naruto thought, the Hokage probably approved the decision to recruit me. The question was, why? You'll find, Naruto-kun, the Sandaime began, shaking Naruto from his thoughts, that I've got quite the eye for talent. His lips twitched in amusement as Naruto's eyes widened. Call it a hunch, but I've a feeling that you may be an important asset to this village one day. I'm simply helping the process along. It wouldn't be the first time. As floored as he was by the Sandaime's apparent faith in his abilities, Naruto couldn't help but be skeptical. Me? I'm nobody. Orphaned clanless, the boy trailed off, truly at a loss as to why the Sandaime would show so much interest in him. He was talented, he knew that, but surely there were others. Faith like the Sandaime was showing in his abilities wasn't developed simply by reading over his mission reports, no matter how impressive they might have been. And it's not like he was taking S-ranked missions either, just standard C and B ranked jobs. No, the kind of interest the Hokage was showing in him could only be developed over time, as if the man had been following his whole career from the day he entered the Ninja Academy. But that was preposterous. As were many exceptional shinobi, the Sandaime said simply, a truly unnerving twinkle in his eyes. Minato-kun comes to mind, and not even he showed as much talent at your age. Naruto sat back. He was floored, that was for sure. No one had shown such faith in both his skills and his talent before. No pressure, Naruto. Yeah, right. In any event, I'm always looking for fresh, new opinions. They often give perspective on certain angles that old men like me don't see. Your perspective on the matter, having been directly involved more so than anyone else, may help us understand our precarious position a little better. The professor looked at Naruto expectantly, as if he honestly thought the boy might refuse to lend his opinion. At Naruto's unnecessary nod of compliance, he turned to the formerly silent member of the trio. Inoichi, if you will? Of course, Hokage-sama. Turning to Naruto, he began, as you are aware, information is the backbone of a mission's success. A misinformed shinobi is a dead shinobi. Naruto bobbed his head at the old adage. It was drilled into all academy students. As you are most likely not aware, the fiasco, he took a moment to find an adequate word, that was your mission, was not the first instance of a Konoha team being ambushed. There have been a total of 3 other examples of Konoha teams being caught off guard by Iwa shinobi, though none quite as blatant as yours. In each case, there has been at least one Konoha survivor, and in each case, the evidence was such that it was easy to believe that the Konoha teams were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Until now, Naruto finished. The blonde Yamanaka nodded. Until now. Until this point, these small incidents have been happening on neutral ground, in grass country to be specific. As grass is bordered by both fire country and earth country, it was easier to believe that squads from the both villages might encounter one another, though it was still a bit of a stretch. But for it to happen in river country, it's too convenient, too blatant. Naruto finished for him, eyes widening as comprehension dawned. And everybody knows that there are no coincidences in this job. Indeed, Naruto-kun, the Sandame agreed grimly. You think they're provoking us? Naruto asked. Hokage-sama, if I may. The Sandame nodded. I was never been all that subtle. They hate us. But a full kill squad in river country after the same target as a Konoha team. Naruto shook his head. It's a little too bold, even for them. Yes it does, my boy. Yes it does, the Sandame agreed with a grim smile. It looked more like a grimace on the aged Hokage's face. Inoichi picked up once more. We were fully prepared to believe Iwa was provoking us into conflict until this last maneuver. Iwa's feelings for Konoha aside, they are a shinobi village governed by shinobi ideals. The Tsuchikage would never condone such an attack unless his forces were fully mobilized for war. It defies all logic, otherwise. Naruto's eyes widened and he suppressed a gasp as a second, far more horrifying conclusion was drawn in his head. You think someone is manipulating Iwa, pushing them towards conflict with us? The question that wasn't a question drew only grim faces. It definitely didn't go as planned, but we should be able to make it. Yeah, the spectral form of a man said. It might turn out even better. The man whom he was addressing stood ramrod straight, gray, ringed eyes peering intently at the rainbow-colored form. Elaborate, was his simple command. Shibito was a good soldier. He was an old-timer, old school, and one of the Tsuchikage's favorites. The figure paused, chuckling to himself. When the news came down, I was surprised the old man didn't declare war on Konoha right then and there. Yeah, even in his old age, the Tsuchikage remains shrewd. He was never prone to rash decisions. It is doubtful he will begin now. The gray-eyed figure stated, idly adjusting his black cloak with red clouds. The voice wasn't quite monotone, it merely lacked inflection. It never ceased to unnerve the rainbow-colored figure. Yeah, well, it should speed the process along a bit. The old man's getting agitated, not to mention what the rest of the shinobi think. Yeah, a full kill team taken down by a few chunin, the whole corps is talking about it. The figure shook his head. Word is some brat got all the kills. It's got 'em on edge, they're anxious, yeah. The gray-eyed figure nodded, as they should be. This turn, while unexpected, has the potential to help expedite our operations. How are the inroads in Kusagakure? The specter appeared caught off guard at the sudden change in topic, but composed himself quickly. Better than expected, yeah, but it's still a long way off. The figure shrugged. Even then, it'll take something big to convince the hardliners to change. Konoha has been one of their best allies. Kusa's support of Iwa is paramount, the cloaked figure insisted. With a village so close to Konoha supporting Iwa while on the brink of war, Konoha will be forced into early action, drawing their attention from us. The spectral figure nodded. Understood, yeah. It's just tough trying to work with the pro-Konohans. Getting them sworn to secrecy about the whole deal was hard enough. An incident will be arranged, as you seem to think it's required. Keep the pressure on Kusa for now, and off of Konoha. We don't need them asking unnecessary questions, because we got too careless. You really think that they might deduce our existence? That seems a little far-fetched. Yeah, the cloaked man couldn't see expressions on the face of his subordinate, but he assumed that the man had a questioning look on his face, at least from his response. The gray-eyed man shook his head. The Sandaime has always been intelligent, that has not changed in his later years. He also has a knack for surrounding himself with similarly intelligent people. Provoking Konoha any further will serve no visible purpose, while making it easier for the Hokage to become aware of us. The rainbow-colored figure nodded. Understood. You are dismissed. With a small hand gesture, the spectral figure disappeared from sight, and the cloaked man allowed the jutsu to end. The conflict with Konoha and Iwa is on schedule then? A voice spoke up from behind the gray-eyed man. Ahead of schedule, if Deidara is to be believed. The man turned to address a similarly cloaked figure who wore an orange mask on his face. The unexpected turn of events may turn out to benefit us greatly. Though that one leaf nin, Uzumaki Naruto, bears some watching. The masked man nodded. The rest of that blasted clan certainly was trouble. I'll set Itachi to watch him. He's on Kyuubi duty anyway. He'll be in position to eliminate the boy if necessary. The masked man turned to face the ringed-eyed man. What about Kusa? You said it yourself, Pain. Their alliance with Iwa is crucial in starting this war. Konoha will have to act in a way that will be perceived as an act of war. Pain nodded. And they will. I already have a plan in motion. If all goes as it should, tensions should be at the breaking point within 2 months. And war, within 2 years. The masked man kept his gaze upon Pain for a moment before nodding in acceptance of the statement. Good, the teams should be able to start moving freely toward the Biju at the same time then. You will have to assemble them soon. It will be done, Pain stated flatly. Good. Turning to the door to exit, the man paused. I have to wonder, how exactly do you intend to force Konoha into action? You said it yourself, the Sandaime is an intelligent man, with intelligent advisors. He will not act rashly, especially against an ally. I've long since infiltrated my old sensei's network. Placing misinformation that will force Konoha to act won't be difficult. He couldn't see behind the mask, but Pain was sure the man had raised an eyebrow in question. Oh, and when Konoha investigates why they received false information from their most trusted source, what then? Konoha doesn't know we exist. With that in mind, their attention will focus on the only other logical conclusion. The masked man nodded with a chuckle. Orochimaru, HMPH, I suppose that it was a good thing I convinced you not to kill him after all. Pain nodded. Indeed, our old ally will make himself useful once more. The man in the mask chuckled once more before regaining his composure. Very good, run with it for now. It looks like my allowing you to run this show may yield results. Hopefully, your running of AIM won't interfere with Akatsuki's plans. I would hate to have to take over for you. For the first time that day, an emotion made its way into Pain's voice. Irritation. You know what I'm capable of, Madara. Nothing will interfere with Akatsuki. Let's keep it that way, shall we? The masked man asked as he disappeared in a swirl. Pain waited a moment, making sure that he couldn't feel the ancient Uchiha's chakra anywhere in AIM before he relaxed. Falling into a nearby chair, the Rinnegan user reflected on the shady organization's progress. Their agents were in high-ranking positions in their respective villages. Their assets would soon be able to move freely without interference from the hidden villages, and the Biju would be captured soon after. From there, the hidden villages would be easy pickings for Akatsuki. Even with the large progress the group made, he grew weary of the plans within plans, the circles within circles. Just like his eyes, the eyes of God. It was at times like this when he missed his old friend the most. Yahiko would have been able to cheer him up and would have reminded him that this was all necessary. He contented himself with the knowledge that Akatsuki would soon be the power in the elemental nations. Things, as they were moving quite well, all things considered. If only he could find Hanzu's blasted salamander contract, his mind would be put at ease. Killing the living legend had been difficult even for him. He didn't need any new salamander summoners springing up from the cracks of the shinobi world. Swiveling in his chair, his ringed eyes surveyed AIM's industrial skyline. Soon, Akatsuki would rule the shinobi world. Soon, he could finally dispose of Madara. Soon, there would be peace. Chapter 3. Welcome home. Naruto blinked reflexively as the sun glinted off polished steel. The blonde lightly traced his finger along the blade's edge, silently admiring the craftsmanship that was easily visible. The 12-year-old was no blade expert, but he knew quality when he saw it. The balance was perfect, the steel flawless, and the whole sword seemed to resonate efficiency, right down to the matte black handguard and grip. The Chunin made a note to thank Hayate for his gift, again. It wasn't the first time the blonde had admired the ninjato the now Takubetsu Jonin had given him, and didn't think it would be the last. Naruto certainly appreciated the gesture, though he would appreciate it more if the man would bother to grace Naruto with his presence. They had agreed to meet outside the Shinobi Archive at 11:30. It was now 11:45. Thoughts involuntarily drifting towards recollections of another tardy shinobi, Naruto shifted his gaze to the archive and shook his head with a sigh. He preferred the traditional red and white that the archive was supposed to paint, the colors of Konoha, rather than the predominantly orange look that it now sported. It, like so many other respectable establishments, had fallen prey to a prank of Sarutobi Konohamaru. Naruto wondered what the archive, or the people in it, had done to draw the boy's ire. It wasn't like the scarf-wearing academy student frequented the building. The boy was far too focused on childish pursuits like the one in front of him, rather than furthering his skills as a shinobi. What a waste, the Chunin thought uncharitably, a sneer now marrying his features. The fact that the boy wasted his time with childish pranks, rather than utilizing the numerous resources at his disposal to develop his skills, was borderline disgusting. There likely wasn't a soul in the village that hadn't heard the academy student proclaim his dream to be Hokage, and it wasn't like the boy had no shot. Talent ran in his veins. The young Sarutobi possessed a pedigree that was nearly unmatched. Being the son of a respected Jonin, Sarutobi Ren had been killed in the Kyuubi attack, and the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. On top of it all, Konohamaru had a Takubetsu Jonin following his every move, being paid to teach the brat how to become a shinobi. Naruto could only wonder at how skilled he might be had he had the same resources at his disposal as a young child and held the young Sarutobi in disdain at his apparent lack of skill. By Mizuki's account, one of the boy's Chunin instructors, the brat was the class dope, the dead last. It was a disgrace to both the Sandaime and Konoha as a whole that the boy was so unskilled. Naruto at least contented himself with the knowledge that about half the village seemed to agree with him in his assessment of the boy. The brat was the victim of more than his fair share of harsh glares and sneers, though no other outward signs of distaste. Looking back, Naruto mused that it was rather odd. A great many people, about half the village, seemed to give the young Sarutobi hard looks, a figure that made little sense given who the boy was. As the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, one of Konoha's greatest heroes, it would make sense for the boy to receive looks of admiration and respect, not glares bordering on outright hatred. The brat couldn't have pranked all the people who glared at him, and even if he had, the pranks, while being both childish and a waste of time, were relatively harmless. Some were even amusing. Naruto smirked lightly as he remembered being a witness to a shopkeeper receiving a paint-filled balloon to the face, sputtering in indignation as the whiskered culprit bounded off in peals of laughter. Naruto, like so many others, had found himself chuckling rather unwillingly at the hapless man's plight. The harsh treatment from the villagers, especially as it wasn't all the villagers, only added to the mystery that was Sarutobi Konohamaru, a mystery that Naruto had no real need or want to crack. The blonde 12-year-old, his birthday had passed in the 4 months since his visit from the Sandaime, was perfectly content to allow the bratty academy student to wallow in his own ineptitude, without sparing the boy a thought. Naruto would just focus on his own goals, as he always had. Goals, he thought, that seemed more manageable than ever. No matter how much the blonde attempted to downplay his own skills, humility being an important trait in a shinobi, it was becoming more and more apparent that he was becoming a standout among Konoha's shinobi ranks, among the Chunin at least. It was quite contrary to the hardworking, humble shinobi that he had always envisioned himself as being. The longer he was in the shinobi corps, the more apparent it became that he was the departure from the norm rather than the rule. His age was the first indicator, as he was easily the youngest Chunin in the corps, but it went even further than that. The more missions he ran with various Chunin, the more it became harder to ignore the differences between himself and his fellow shinobi. Where others remained content with their own skills, he was constantly improving. Where others became lazy on simpler missions, he remained the consummate professional. That wasn't to say that there weren't others who shared his mindset in regards to their careers, far from it in fact. He had new training partners almost weekly these days, as he met more shinobi wanting to advance their skills with someone on par with or better than them, but even among them, he stood out. Where they struggled, he powered through. Where they gave up, he persevered. And it showed. More and more people seem to both recognize and respect the young Chunin these days, helped along in no small part by his rather well-publicized victory over the Iwanin. Contrary to his early days in the Corps, marked by a lack of acknowledgement and respect from many, first as a failed genin and as a student of the reserve program, he was now receiving acknowledgement from more people than he could remember. People were even throwing the word genius around, according to both Mizuki and Hayate. The point was accentuated perfectly as a passing jonin nodded in Naruto's direction with a smile. The blonde smiled back hesitantly, neither knowing nor recognizing the man. It was even beginning to get a little awkward for the 12-year-old as he found himself returning greetings from random people, shinobi and civilians alike, that he didn't know. He had even seen a few girls around his age, some rather pretty, pointing and giggling in his direction. Talk about weird. It wasn't all bad, he supposed. Hell, it wasn't even half bad. The acknowledgement would only help him in his quest for respect, and having people know his name would make finding someone to settle down with easier, right? Naruto certainly hoped so. He was a fighter, not a lover. The acknowledgement was serving to help him advance in the ranks as well, as illustrated by Anbu's offer to join the elite force. Becoming an Anbu would only enhance his prestige, say nothing about his skills, and he intended to make the most of his future tour of duty. Gaining the coveted position of Taicho was no easy feat, but it was necessary for Naruto's goals, as becoming a captain in the Hokage's shinobi unit guaranteed him the rank of jonin upon his exit. It was never a dream in his mind, but an eventuality. "I don't dream, I do" were the words he lived by. It was his nindo, his ninja way. "Naruto-kun," a voice crowed from nearby, shaking the blonde from his thoughts. Turning his head, he spied Hayate making his way over, an attractive purple-haired woman in tow. He noted with satisfaction that the man was indeed carrying his ninjakin, evidence that their day's sparring session was still on schedule. "Lo, Hayate, how are you holding up?" It was a reasonable question, as the Takubetsu Jonin had been confined to the hospital for the better part of the last 4 months, due in large part to his immediate injuries suffered from the fight against the Iwagakure Jonin. The man smiled, his pleasant nature showing through. "Not too bad, Naruto, let me introduce Yuzuki Uegao." He cut off abruptly as a hacking cough forced its way out of his mouth. He regained his composure quickly, not seeming perturbed by the outburst at all. "Excuse me, my girlfriend," he finished with a smile and a gesture toward the purple-haired woman. Naruto turned his attention to the woman, a kunoichi if the grace of her motions meant anything, while wincing internally. His own injuries to his chakra coils and tenketsu had been bad, requiring a week of funinjutsu-assisted healing, plus a month of recovery time. But Hayate had been far worse off. Genma's initial assumption of Hayate's ribs had been spot on, though more severe than the man had imagined. The hammer blow Hayate had received from the Iwa Jonin had shattered all the ribs on the right side of his body, the pieces puncturing his right lung. While normally not a large problem for a well-trained shinobi medic, the team had to return from river country and, while they did so in record time, the shattered remains of Hayate's ribs had settled in his lung. The medics had been able to both remove the pieces and rebuild the lung, both requiring extensive medical ninjutsu, but the bone shrapnel had left extensive scarring, permanently hindering Hayate's breathing. It also left him with an almost perpetual cough. The now sickly-looking man had been promoted to Takubetsu Jonin for his service in the mission, as had Genma. Much to Naruto's consternation, he had made the kills, and yet he was still a Chunin. But his career was now distinctly limited in scope. Proper breathing was essential for a shinobi, and Hayate's cough would give him away to even the most dim-witted genin. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yuzuki-san, Naruto said with a small bow, forcibly pulling himself from his thoughts so as to properly greet his new acquaintance. Well met, Uzumaki-san. I've heard much ado about your exploits. Yuigao regarded the blonde with what he gathered to be detached interest, her tone polite, yet rather flat. Her emotions were well guarded, indicating emotional control beyond the normal shinobi or kunoichi. Naruto's eyes immediately flicked to her right shoulder, exposed as it was in her black tank top, looking for the distinctive swirl present on the shoulders of all Anbu members. Seeing none, his eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze met her violet eyes once more. Her expression hadn't changed, but her eyes glimmered with what looked to be respect to the blonde, the slight expression caught by his keen observation skills, a necessary trait for a genjutsu user. Naruto nodded as his suspicions were confirmed by a slight inclination of Yuigao's head. Have you? Nothing bad, I hope, he asked with a small, light-hearted smirk. The pretty woman shook her head in the negative. Nothing of the sort, though the gossip has been churning out dozens of rumors. Naruto grimaced lightly. Konoha's gossip network was infamous rather, for being able to transport a rumor from one side of the great village to the other in an hour. The facts of the original were sure to not match the facts of the finished product in the slightest. Hey, barked a laugh, addressing Naruto after the resulting coughing fit resolved itself. I've heard everything from you being the reincarnation of the yondaime to being the man's illegitimate love child. Naruto scratched the back of his head in a sheepish gesture, masking his inner annoyance. He knew quite well that he shared a similar hairstyle to the legendary Hokage, especially as he had started to grow it out some. But his face was much less angular than Namikaze Minato's and his eyes a lighter shade of blue. He had done extensive research into the identity of his father, and the yondaime had come up due to their shared looks. He hadn't been able to find anything of use in regards to his father's identity, and had accepted that he probably would never know who the man was. That was just fine in Naruto's mind, as he didn't ever want to have to overlap the image of one of his greatest heroes with the simmering anger he held toward his father, whoever he was. The man had all but abandoned his mother to Naruto's knowledge, and Naruto held no wishes to tarnish the image of the great Hokage in his own mind. Besides, simply assuming that he was the son of Namikaze Minato was more than a little presumptuous, especially as the notion was founded solely upon their shared hairstyle and similar eye color. Really now? Naruto asked. People actually say that. It was annoying and mildly embarrassing to boot. Yuigao nodded sagely, her eyes once again belying her true emotions. She was amused. Indeed, Naruto-san, I've even heard talk of Sandaime-sama selecting you as the godaime. Naruto's expression changed into one of frank disbelief. If the previous rumors had been ridiculous, that one was nothing short of downright stupid. What, did you hear that from an academy student or something? God knows how well informed they are, Naruto said, his expression deadpan. His sarcasm brought about a hearty chuckle from Height, followed immediately by more coughs, and even Yuigao couldn't resist a small smile. That they are, the special Jonin laughed. But enough of that, shouldn't we be getting to the actual purpose behind this little rendezvous? The blonde 12-year-old raised his hands. Don't look at me. I've been waiting for you to show up for 10 minutes. Now, the blonde said, but with no real irritation in his voice. Sorry about Naruto, but we were delayed. Height finished lamely, eyes flickering to his girlfriend. Yuigao either didn't notice or, more likely, didn't care about the small gesture. Naruto nodded in acceptance of the point. Given that the purple-haired Anbu member hadn't been a part of their original plans, the blonde deduced that she had insisted on coming along, most likely to ensure that nothing bad happened to her boyfriend. Naruto's regard for the kunoichi increased. According to snippets from conversations before the mission, the two had only just started dating. The fact that the kunoichi had stuck with Height through the entire ordeal spoke well of her character. Even so, we almost missed you. You blend in very well, Naruto-kun, Height spoke with a small snicker. The blonde looked down at himself, taking in the sight of his orange muscle shirt and black pants, before turning to look at the archive wall he was leaning against. The shades of orange were the same. Blushing slightly at the quip, Naruto quickly moved to retake control of the situation. Didn't notice. Shall we get this show on the road, then? At his companion's nods of assent, he turned on his heel and began the trek to one of the training grounds, a shinobi and kunoichi in his wake. Naruto grunted as his arm strained to block the overhead stab from Hayate. It was both humiliating and impressive that the man could still perform such overpowering attacks so soon after he had left the tender care of Konoha's medical center. The man had been out for less than a month. This was his first day back after completing the required recovery period, and he was slapping Naruto around like a redeeted stepchild. The rust was showing through on the Takubetsu Jonin, however, as showcased by the fact that Naruto had actually managed to create a few small openings in the man's guard. The blonde had even nicked Hayate once, barely drawing blood on the man's shoulder. "It's absolutely ridiculous," the blonde thought self-deprecatingly, ducking under a neck-high slash and attempting to press his advantage with a deft stab at Hayate's chest. A swift parry was all he got in return, as the expert swordsman turned away his attack with absurd ease. The blonde was spun away from the Takubetsu Jonin as the parry turned into a move that used Naruto's body weight and momentum against him. Naruto stumbled as Hayate gracefully stepped around his desperate slash, wincing as the vastly more skilled ninja tapped his right shoulder with the flat side of his ninjakin. Dead again, was Naruto's morose thought. Leaping back to create space, Naruto brought his ninjato to the ready position, held parallel to his body as his hands were at waist height, shifting his weight slightly so that his weight was on his back leg rather than being perfectly centered. The blonde adjusted his grip on the blade, changing to a reverse grip and positioning his blade so that it ran parallel to his arm, almost behind him. Without warning, Naruto sprung forward, closing the distance between Hayate and himself faster than the older man could blink. The Kenjutsu master's reflexes saved him, however, and he blocked the incoming overhand strike with his ninjakin. Having pushed the blonde back, he was unprepared for Naruto to drop and attempt to sweep his legs. Hayate jumped over the sweep, but his tactical advantage was lost, and Naruto pressed forward once more. Using a series of sweeping backhanded strikes, Naruto brutally attacked the older man's guard, opting to overwhelm his superior with speed and unrelenting power rather than his usual precision. The blonde extended his blade toward Hayate's head in a sweeping slash that would have brained the man. When it was blocked immediately, Naruto moved to strike at the Kenjutsu master's ankles, but Hayate deftly hopped over the strike. The 12-year-old had overextended himself with the low strike and was unprepared to block Hayate's quick retaliatory stab. Naruto managed to avoid being skewered by leaning back, but was forced to backflip away to regain his balance. Just as he landed, Hayate was in his face once more, and the blonde was forced to bring his ninjato to bear in a fast block as Hayate struck at his exposed chest. The older shinobi leaned back for a split second, and Naruto winced in preparation for what he knew was coming next. Hayate closed the gap between the two shinobi in an instant, though not quite as fast as Naruto's earlier charge, and slashed low. When it was blocked hastily, he crouched down and stabbed upward. Naruto blocked sloppily and was wholly unprepared for Hayate to knock his hands upward, disarming him of his ninjato and placing his own ninjakin at his neck. Fudu ha no mai, the dance of the floating leaf, one of Konoha's few Kenjutsu dances, was actually created by the man poised to kill Naruto when he was a newly minted genin. The dance, while simple in nature, had proved itself effective in battle and had cemented Hayate's place in the genius book when it came to Kenjutsu. The dance was now necessary for all Anbu entrants to learn, having displayed its effectiveness in shinobi combat. Pulling his blade from Naruto's neck, Hayate stepped back and took a deep breath, devolving into a small coughing fit as Naruto moved to pick up his ninjato. The blonde moved to a nearby tree and plopped down unceremoniously in the shade. He watched tiredly as Yuigao, who had been observing from above, moved to Hayate's side and gently helped him over, an arm draped over his shoulders. "You alright?" the blonde asked with concern, making room for the couple to sit beside him against the tall tree. Hayate nodded in response, swiftly regaining his composure after his coughs had subsided. "Yeah, I'll be fine. Has it been this bad since you got out?" The Takubetsu Jonin's hair moved with his head as he shook it in the negative, inadvertently hitting Yuigao in the face. "No, just when I strain myself, it's usually pretty manageable." Naruto winced slightly when he caught the underlying sadness in the man's words. The man knew that his career was going to be severely limited from here on out, if not outright ended due to medical reasons. Well, that's good to hear. I'd hate to have to know that I was beaten by a total cripple. Naruto's attempt to lighten the mood fell mostly flat, as Hayate managed only a weak chuckle, and Yuigao failed to react entirely. I wouldn't worry about it, Naruto-kun. I have years of practice and experience on you, and you get better each time we spar. Hayate smiled proudly at his student, his former melancholy forgotten. Hayate-kun is correct, Naruto-san. Yuigao surprised the blonde by speaking up. Kenjutsu is an art that is both extensive and exact. It takes years of practice to become truly proficient, even more so to be considered a master. The progress you've made in under a year is staggering. Naruto blushed at the praise, not quite sure how to handle it. Thanks I guess. Regaining his composure, he continued, it's still frustrating, though. Kenjutsu is a requirement for Anbu, and I only have 2 more months before I start in the Corps. The blonde shook his head ruefully. I just hope that I'm good enough to make the grade. The fear of failing was one of the few things Naruto had never truly conquered. He merely pushed it to the back of his mind in the wake of his overwhelming determination and drive to succeed. He was surprised to see Yuigao scoff none too politely at his statement, the expression of emotion seeming very out of place on the normally composed Kunoichi. You've no need to worry, Naruto-san. The Kenjutsu requirement for Anbu is nothing short of pathetic. It is suggested that new recruits know the basics of the art upon entrance, but not truly required. In fact, most veteran Anbu never truly pursue the art, as they find it too time-consuming and often unnecessary. Hayate nodded alongside his girlfriend. She's right, Naruto. Yuigao is the departure from the norm in Anbu, not the opposite. I'd reckon that you more than make the grade right now, not to say where you'll be in 2 months' time. Having trained with a true master like me. The sickly man puffed out his chest in mock pompousness at his last statement, earning him a chuckle from Naruto and a light slap on the arm from Yuigao. Thanks guys, Naruto said. His fears were assuaged for the moment. I suppose I just feel a little pressured to get good at this stuff. You know how I get it. Hayate nodded once more. But remember, Naruto-kun, it's not easy to be good at everything. It's why most ninja tend to branch off and specialize when they get to Chunin. It was true. Most ninja found one area of the ninja arts they were good at and devoted almost all their time to mastering that one aspect. Not many ninja wanted to devote the time to becoming truly proficient in all the ninja arts, though some tried. The most famous example was Konoha's sitting Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The man was known throughout the elemental nations, not simply for his mastery of all Konoha's ninjutsu, but for his total mastery of all the aspects of shinobi combat. From Kenjutsu to View ninjutsu, the Sandaime Hokage had mastered it. All of it. The man deserved to be worshipped at shrines around the whole continent, in Naruto's estimation. Naruto found himself attempting to emulate the man and had undertaken the endless hours of training that it required. As a result, Naruto became a near perfectionist when it came to mastering new techniques, be they Kenjutsu forms, Taijutsu strikes, or illusions. Naruto nodded as Hayate piped up again. You've gotten faster. You almost had me with that one charge back there. Yeah, I've been trying to get less reliant on Shunshin by getting faster the old-fashioned way. I'm not looking for a repeat hospital trip. After the damage Naruto had done to his internal chakra network, he had come to the conclusion that he had to stop relying on chakra-enhanced speed, at least until he found a way to make the Shunshin less strenuous on the body. Good idea. It'll help you in the long run, as being faster without chakra only makes you faster with chakra. Yuigao's voice was muffled slightly due to her head's position on Hayate's shoulder. It had fallen there during the conversation, and neither party seemed to object. Hayate had even started idly playing with Yuigao's violet hair. Yep, that's the idea. That's all I've really been doing these past few months, along with trying to build up my reserves and guard duty. Naruto shuddered as he remembered the long hours spent atop the Great Wall, doing nothing but pacing back and forth, while keeping a lookout for approaching threats that were non-existent. Naruto noticed with some small consternation and a little bit of envy that the couple was barely paying him any mind now. being lost in their own little world. He held in a disgusted grimace as Hate began planting light kisses on the top of Yuigao's head. Taking that as his cue to get the hell out of there, he made his goodbyes quickly and beat a hasty retreat to the village, muttering all the while about impolite ninja who should check their romantic impulses in public. Heavens above, this shit is so boring, the senbon chewing Takubetsu Jonin whined. It was pathetic, in Naruto's opinion. It's still not as bad as guard duty, you've got no reason to complain, Naruto retorted irritably. Genma had done nothing but gripe the whole time the two had been on border patrol, and Naruto was sick of the non-stop whining. At least here the scenery changes a little bit. The older man gave a non-committal grunt before smirking at Naruto. That's right, you're still a chunin. The lazy man laughed. Oh, I remember wall duty. Man, the shit that happened up there. Did I ever tell you about the time me and Izumo got into it? Well, you see, this was a while back, and both of us were trying to get with Kurenai, babe that she is. Naruto tuned out the older man's story, having heard a dozen similar ones in the last 4 months, and instead focused on keeping his footing while leaping from tree branch to tree branch. They were just inside the border between fire country and grass country, and besides the passing trees, there wasn't all that much to look at. Still better than wall duty. Glancing at Genma from the corner of his eye, he felt a small smile tug at his lips at the older man's actions. Aside from the acknowledgement he was now receiving from the general populace, the changed relationship dynamic between Genma and himself was the best thing to come from the clusterfuck of their mission to river country. While the two would never be the best of friends, Genma and Naruto had come to a mutual understanding and now had a tangible respect for each other. It was the respect formed between comrades in the heat of battle, the respect that comes from knowing that the other had your back, no matter what. Genma respected Naruto for his combat prowess and ability to think on the fly, while Naruto found that Genma hid a calculating and capable mind behind his lazy exterior. The seemingly endless stories about the good old days that Genma routinely recounted were merely a quirk of his personality, one that Naruto had never seen back on Team Raidu. Naruto suspected that it was his way of coping with the harsh life of a shinobi. All shinobi had their quirks, most of them developed to help cope with the harsh reality that they lived in. Haddock Kakashi was infamous for his reading of porn at all hours of the day. Genma constantly drowned himself in memories of the past, and, while he had been a shinobi for less time, Naruto buried himself in training, so he wouldn't have to think. It was an unfortunate fact of the shinobi lifestyle, but it was a necessary evil. His senses straining, Naruto felt the telltale signs of incoming chakra presences. Genma, on year 3. Stopping his story, Genma halted on the nearest tree branch and closed his eyes in concentration. I got him. 3 incoming. 1 big, 2 small. While not a true sensory type ninja, Genma had a very well developed sense of chakra to the point that he could distinguish individual figures if there weren't too many. Naruto frowned in contemplation. Genin team? The older shinobi shrugged, though Naruto could tell he was intrigued by the uncaring action. They'd have to have lost a member somehow, but they're not coming in fast. Standard procedure? Yeah, Genma nodded curtly. There was no point in taking chances. You got warning shots? Naruto asked. The Takubetsu Jonin nodded. Be in position to flank them if this goes pear-shaped. Got it. Moving to a position on a higher tree branch slightly adjacent to Genma, Naruto palmed a kunai. It likely was just a genin team, but a ninja who took unnecessary chances ended up dead before long. In the wake of Rive Country, neither of the two were about to get careless. Naruto watched as Genma waited until the group of shinobi was in range before flipping through hand seals, a kaiten. Ryuka no jutsu exploding from his mouth. Halt, in the name of the Sandame Hokage and the will of fire. The fire dragon went wide of the group as standard procedure dictated, and the inclement shinobi pulled to a halt, coming to a stop on a branch 5 meters across from Genma, directly in Naruto's firing range. Yosh, Team 9 returning from C-ranked mission, ID 0984. The eccentric figure of Mito Guy, clad in a Jonin vest and green spandex, gave a blinding smile and thumbs up to Genma, who was checking a scroll that detailed the possible incoming missions from across their section of the border to Kusa no Kuni. Referencing the mission IDs, Genma nodded distractedly and gave Naruto the stand-down signal. The blonde replaced his drawn knife and reappeared at Genma's side with a burst of speed. "Yosh, Genma-kun, your partner is a shining example of the power of youth." Naruto assumed that it was the green-clad Jonin's way of expressing surprise at Naruto's speed. "Uzumaki Naruto, at your service, Mito-san." Naruto introduced himself, knowing that Genma was too lazy for proper etiquette. Hearing quiet gasps from behind the renowned Jonin, Naruto's eyes drifted to the three genin position behind Guy. Naruto barely withheld a smirk at seeing the glowing figure of Hyuga Neji, the so-called genius of his original graduating class. Naruto had surpassed the branch family Hyuga at the tender age of 7, moving ahead 2 years at the academy in a move that both stunned and embarrassed the genius. Meanwhile, Mito Guy's eyes had narrowed slightly in quiet contemplation as he surveyed the young Chunin, no doubt matching the circulating rumors and facts to Naruto's face. He broke into a toothy grin a moment later. "Indeed, Naruto-kun, it is a pleasure to meet a shinobi so obviously in the flames of youthful fire." Naruto blinked hard at the bizarre man, not at all understanding what the man was getting at. From the corner of his eye, he spied Genma looking on blandly at the spectacle, not at all surprised by the renowned Taijutsu master's interesting speech patterns. "Yosh, Guy-sensei," a boisterous voice crowed from the group of genin. Naruto had to crane his neck to see what looked to be a carbon copy of the Jonin in front of him, minus the flak vest. He realized with a start that it was Rock Lee, the dead last of his original class at the academy. His eyes narrowed in confusion as he could sense almost no chakra from the spandex-clad genin. Naruto-kun's flames of youth must burn most brightly if he is already a Chunin. "When we return to Konoha, I shall triple my training in order for my youthful fire to burn as brightly as Naruto-kun's." "A worthy goal indeed, Lee-kun. Come team, we must return to Konoha post-haste," Guy exclaimed boisterously, another thumbs up directed at his squad of genin. "If we cannot return to the village by sunset, I shall climb the Hokage monument with only my hands." "Guy-sensei? Lee, Guy-sensei?" Naruto assumed that his eyes were the size of small plates as he observed sensei and students, his twin blue orbs glancing at the third genin, a rather cute girl with twin buns atop her head who he didn't recognize. He did his best to convey the message, "Is this normal?" He wasn't sure whether his message got through, but the girl seemed to nod sadly, looking like she wanted nothing more for the ground to swallow her whole. The young blonde sympathized. "Well," Genma began, trying to re-establish sanity and looking more than slightly nauseous at the sight of a mini Guy. "Everything seems to be in order. The IDs check out, so you're free to go." "Arigato, Genma-kun, Naruto-kun, Yosh team, let us make," has Guy abruptly cut off. Naruto's and Genma's eyes narrowed as they felt inbound chakra signatures, these moving far more quickly than Guy's team had, and bleeding chakra like nobody's business. Naruto's eyes widened and his head snapped toward Genma as he felt more chakra enter the area, much more. "That's a group," the blonde began. "Genma, can you get a read on them?" The Senbon-chewing special Jonin was way ahead of Naruto, his eyes already closed in concentration. "No, there's too many of them. The chakras grouped together." He shook his head curtly. "Neji." Guy's voice forced Naruto's attention to the group of genin once more. He noted absently that they were all standing at the ready, waiting for orders even though not fully understanding the situation. Guy had trained them well. "Yes, sensei." Byakugan. It was slightly impressive that the Hyuga could activate the vaunted Taijutsu without a hand seal to focus the chakra. Naruto watched impassively as the veins surrounding the all-white pupils bulged, indicating that the Taijutsu was active. "The first 3 shinobi are Leaf Nin, Anbu," Neji stated in monotone. Naruto's, Genma's, and Guy's had all snapped to attention at this statement. What were Anbu doing in grass country? "I count 21 inbound hostiles, all of them bear a Kusagakure headband." Genma summed it up rather nicely. "Shit." A grim sort of determination settled over the 3-ranking ninja. They would have to back up the Anbu. Naruto quickly had twin kunai at the ready, bouncing on his toes in anticipation, and to get the blood flowing, he had to refrain from slapping himself in the face a few times, as amped as he was. Guy was already dishing out orders, his former antics forgotten. "Neji, Lee, Tenten, return to Konoha immediately. Alert the Hokage that a team of Anbu has been attacked outside Fire Country's borders." "Hi, sensei." The three genin chorused Niji, looking none too pleased at leaving a potential battle before disappearing into the dense woodland. There was never any contention as to whether the genin would stay or go, just as there was no conflict about whether or not the three ranking shinobi would assist the inbound Anbu. They were Konoha Nin, and Konoha protected their own. "Ready?" Guy asked, seeming to direct the question more toward Naruto than Genma. Naruto didn't allow himself to take offense. He was too concerned with the upcoming fight. He nodded curtly. "Then let us burn with youthful fire." As the three prepared to leap into battle, the inclement Anbu came into view, armor dented and scratched with the signs of battle. "Mito-san." One of the Anbu apparently recognized Guy. The Chunin formed a hand sign and three Tsuchi Bunshin formed on the ground. All thoughts fled from Naruto's mind, however, as the enemy shinobi entered his line of sight. He charged wide in an arsing pattern. He let Genma's Karyu end and incinerate the two unlucky bastards who broke through the foliage first, before making his move. A third Kusa Nin met his demise at the business end of Naruto's first kunai, before the blonde jumped and acrobatically twisted over a stab from a wakizashi. Capitalizing, Naruto used his momentum to slice open the throat of the sword-wielding shinobi on his way down. He landed in a crouch on a nearby tree branch, eyes scanning for more enemies. Spotting one, Naruto hurled his two kunai at a charging Kusanin. The woman ducked under them, however, before delivering a hard side kick to Naruto's chest with a snarl. Naruto winced at the impact, and the woman kicked hard. But he had his wits about him in a moment and flipped through a short series of hand seals. "Suiton, Zasenzen," he exclaimed as he landed in a crouch on a nearby branch. A sharp line of water escaped his mouth, moving too fast for the kunoichi to react, and neatly sliced her head off in a spray of blood, taking part of the tree trunk with it. Naruto watched the head fall to the forest floor with dispassion, followed shortly by the rest of the body. The Suiton technique didn't take much chakra, requiring more control to properly sharpen the water, and it was one of the ninjutsu Naruto favored. It was fast, efficient, and deadly. The fact that his high Suiton affinity made it cost little chakra was simply a bonus. The blonde's danger senses hurled bloody murder at him, and Naruto deftly dodged a kunai slash at the back of his neck by dropping into a crouch. The Kusa shinobi pressed his advantage, however, and Naruto quickly found himself on the defensive. Naruto lost a kunai in a hasty parry, backpedaling on the branch as the Kusa Nin pressed forward. The blonde smirked, however, as his position allowed him to see what the grass shinobi could not, and he hit the deck as a green blur bowled into the enemy ninja. Konoha Senpyu, Mito Guy screamed to the heavens, his high-powered roundhouse kick shattering bone and sending the Kusa shinobi into a tree trunk. The spandex-clad Jonin barely spared Naruto a glance before moving on. Naruto dropped to the forest floor, quickly surveying the battle taking place in the treetops. Genma had his hands full with two ninja, a shinobi and a kunoichi, having dispatched the third team member. Guy was dealing with four at once, and the Anbu team was taking cover on the ground to Naruto's far left, apparently too weary to fight. One of the Anbu inclined their head sharply at him, and Naruto seamlessly kawarimied with a Tsuchi Bunshin as two Kusa Nin stabbed at his position. Waiting until the shinobi's blades were locked inside the mud clone, Naruto resubstituted with his crumbling clone. Utilizing the element of surprise, Naruto swiftly swept the legs of one of the Kusa Nin. Keeping his leg airborne, he delivered a hard, rising kick to the ninja's chest that sent them sprawling. The blonde turned quickly, neatly sidestepping a downward slash of a katana. Pinning the blade to the ground with his foot, Naruto stepped inside the man's guard and turned, delivering a backhanded punch to the man's face that sent him careening towards a tree. One hand seal created a Tsuchi Bunshin to deal with the first enemy shinobi, and Naruto unsealed a Fuma shuriken from within his flak vest, arsing it toward the recovering Kusa Nin. Naruto went through a short series of hand seals before slipping into a shunshin. The Kusagakure shinobi managed to duck the Fuma shuriken, but was unprepared for the second in its shadow, and the giant throwing star embedded itself in the man's leg. The man screamed in pain, but had no time for much else, as Naruto's outstretched arm plowed the man into a tree trunk less than 4 feet behind him. Rariado. Naruto had concentrated hard, channeling the residual chakra from his shunshin into his outstretched arm, and making the momentum-fueled clothesline into a deadly hammer blow. The Kusa-nin was dead before his back hit the tree trunk. Hearing footsteps, Naruto hastily ducked a stab that would have pierced his heart. The enemy ninja was unlucky, however, as their stab had embedded itself in their dead comrade, giving Naruto time to move. Snapping his arm out in a palm strike, Naruto's hand slammed into the Kusagakure ninja's nose, brutally snapping the bone and coaxing out a scream of pain. Heedless of the blood spurting out and coating his hand, Naruto quickly slit the ninja's throat. As the rapidly cooling corpse hit the forest floor, Naruto grimaced, taking in the slim figure and pretty face of the dead Kunoichi. Call him a chauvinist, but he always felt bad after killing a woman. It made him feel dirty somehow. The woman had tried to kill him though. Glancing upward and taking in the flow of the battle, Naruto noticed that Genma was being herded into a corner by a full three-man team. Forming Fort Tsuchi Bunshin, Naruto handed out a high-yield explosive scroll to each and dispatched them with a gesture. They knew what to do. Leaping upwards, Naruto quickly made his way over to Genma, pulling a quick Kawarimi with a tree branch to get close fast. Pressing his immediate advantage, Naruto charged the nearest Kusagakure ninja and exchanged a quick series of taijutsu strikes, taking him away from his teammates. Blocking two heavy punches to the chest, Naruto ducked under a haymaker and slammed his chakra-enhanced fist into the man's stomach. The dazed shinobi bent forward reflexively and promptly had his windpipe crushed by a blindingly fast palm strike. His head impacted a kunai blade and his corpse fell in a boneless heap, blood flowing freely where Naruto had poked a hole in his skull. Turning toward Genma, whose senbon had just killed one of his two Kusa-nin, Naruto sped through three hand seals. Genma, drop. The senbon chewing Takubetsu Jonin hit the deck as a suiton. Teppadama hurtled through the space his body had just occupied. The Kusagakure ninja took the water bullet to the chest and was sent hurtling into open air. Three accurate shuriken from Genma ended the man's existence and the body fell to the forest floor. Turning to Naruto, the special Jonin nodded his head in thanks before starting in surprise as Guy reappeared in between them, his face grim. "We set?" Naruto asked. "Hi, Naruto-kun." Genma had no time to ponder the byplay as two full teams, angry and battered, surrounded them, weapons drawn. "Konoha scum, you'll pay dearly for crossing Kusagakure," one shinobi yelled, his comrades snarling their approval. Naruto scoffed audibly. "You talk too much," was all he said before grabbing Genma, making one hand seal and disappearing in a leaf shunshin, with Guy a split second behind. The Kusa ninja had no time to ponder the blonde's parting shot as the genjutsu covering four high-yield explosive scrolls collapsed and the tags activated. The three Konoha shinobi landed near the battered and bruised Anbu team, the one conscious member using medical jutsu to heal his comrades as the explosive tags incinerated the Kusagakure ninjas, taking 50 square feet of forest with them. "Do we miss any?" Naruto asked Guy. He watched the flaming trees topple with interest, suiton jutsu at the ready to stop the flames from spreading. The spandex-clad Jonin's face was grim. A most unyouthful shinobi fled our fight. He made for the border." Naruto grimaced. "Fantastic." The political backlash that would be generated by the Anbu's presence in a foreign country would be bad enough, but to have an eyewitness claiming to be attacked by three non-involved Konoha ninja? It didn't matter if Naruto, Genma, and Guy were merely acting in the defense of their comrades. Kusagakure would view the incident as a direct attack upon an allied nation, violating every treaty ever signed between Konoha and Kusa. One thing's certain, Naruto thought with a pained expression. Heads are gonna roll. Hand seals formed at a blinding pace, and he released a torrent of water to try to extinguish the ravenous fire. Chapter 4, Forging the Sword. Naruto hated debriefings. He hated them almost as much as he hated being the one to file the mission after action report, a task he was all too familiar with, having been the newbie on Team Raidu. Debriefings were standard procedure for many shinobi missions, as they were created so that the higher-ups would have access to first-hand accounts about any departures from the norm during a mission. Debriefs were often just as bad, if not more tedious, than writing the after-action report. The fact that they happened almost just as often merely salted the wound. Naruto had only been to a few debriefings in his life, the major standout being when he was interviewed by the Sandaimon Yamanaka Inoichi and was in no hurry to attend another. Unfortunately for the blonde, it was well and truly out of his hands. The meeting he was waiting outside the Hokage's office to attend was shaping up to be just as nerve-wracking as his last mission debrief, given the colossal situation he, Mito Guy, and Genma had inadvertently charged into. Any mission regarding the Anbu Black Ops was automatically classified as an A-ranked village secret, and, given that the mission in question had been taking place outside Anbu's designated jurisdiction, Fire Country Naruto had no doubt that the mission was designated S-Class, or at least it was now. That was something he wanted no part of at the moment, at least not for another 2 months, when he himself would enter service in the Hokage's elite shinobi force. The presence of Anbu had caused dozens of questions to form in the head of the young Chunin, not the least of which was why were Anbu operating in grass country. The question's answer was proving to be elusive to the blonde, as he couldn't think of a single reason why the Hokage would send his troops into an allied nation with an allied hidden village, an action that could be viewed as an act of war in many circumstances, and given how the team in question was engaged in a running battle, likely would be. It was no secret that Anbu operated outside of their jurisdiction, times of war aside, to any relatively intelligent and well-informed shinobi, and Naruto qualified as both. Anbu were rarely dispatched outside Fire Country in peace times, unless the mission at hand was absolutely vital to national security, and never into an allied nation. At the least, they usually had the good sense not to get caught. The very act violated nearly every single treaty that shinobi countries and villages made. Naruto had no doubt that that fact alone would keep him inside the Hokage's office for far longer than he would have liked. There was also the fact that he, along with Guy and Genma, had fully engaged and killed the vast majority of the attacking Kusagakure ninja. The blonde knew that that act alone would have some serious ramifications. If the Hokage was put in a position where grass needed to be appeased, Konoha's military superiority notwithstanding. It happened with Kumo, why not with Kusa? The last point had been what Naruto had been stewing over for the last day and a half as he waited to be called for debriefing. It was similarly intriguing and suspicious that 3 ninja had been able to get the best of 7 full squads of Kusanin, no matter how strong the 3 were. Regardless of the element of surprise, he, Guy and Genma could have, and should have, been dispatched with a single, well-coordinated assault on each of them individually. As much as he would have liked to think that it was simply because they had been vastly superior to the grass ninja, he knew that something larger was at work, just like it had been at work during his botched mission to River Country. Glancing upwards, Naruto's eyes locked with the Anbu currently guarding the Hokage's office, or at least he thought he did. The mask made it hard to tell. He got the feeling that he was being watched intently and stared resolutely at the eye holes of the masked elite. "Let's see how you like it." After about a minute of silence, the bare-masked Anbu shifted his head ever so slightly and Naruto smirked triumphantly. It was pretty damn tough to win a staring contest with someone whose eyes you couldn't see. He gave himself a mental pat on the back, his momentary amusement spent and in no hurry to return to his musings on the latest mystery that he was now a part of. Naruto's thoughts turned to training, where they always turned, eventually. He was progressing well, he thought. His speed was better than ever thanks to the endless hours of running, chakra conditioning, and limited weight training that he had been doing for the past 4 months. He hadn't been able to make any progress on a modified Shunshin, however, as both he and his doctor were reluctant for him to be putting such a strain on his chakra coils. The Uzumaki resiliency be damned. Aside from the theory behind it, which, as of now, consisted of using the jutsu with much better control and finding something to do with the excess chakra, he had made no practical progress. It was vexing to the highest degree. He had, on the other hand, been making large strides in the area of other ninjutsu, starting with expanding his chakra reserves. Unfortunately for Naruto, the only way to expand one's chakra reserves, naturally that was, was to exercise them with chakra control exercises. As such, his days were spent performing various feats of acrobatic prowess atop a large stream, twin leaves dangling from his ears. He looked downright ridiculous. It had paid off some, he supposed. His reserves had been expanding, and he had spent more of his time researching various ninjutsu in the Grand Archive. He was happy to note that Konoha had a rather large collection of Suiton jutsu. It was likely due to Nidame Hokage, the man who had been the foremost user of Suiton techniques in the history of Konoha. The second half of the famous Senju brothers had made himself famous both before the era of the Hidden Villages and during the First Great War. One of the founding fathers of Konoha, Senju Tabarama, was famous for his ridiculously high Suiton affinity, which he had used to deadly effect. The results of that affinity could be seen in the Suiton section of the archive, as it was the third largest section, after Fire and Earth. Naruto hadn't learned many of the techniques there yet, as he preferred to train jutsu to the point of mastery rather than be only half good. Performing the jutsu wasn't enough for Naruto, he had to be able to know the ins and outs of the jutsu like the back of his hand before he considered it mastered, and even then, he usually tried to tinker with the finished product. Attempting to make ninjutsu techniques more chakra efficient had become a hobby of his given the fact that he didn't have particularly large chakra reserves, and he had managed to do just that with many of the ninjutsu that he knew. Sometimes it came down to sacrificing some small part of the jutsu for more efficiency, but he felt it was worth it 9 times out of 10. That of course came back to chakra control, so Naruto still found himself on top of various bodies of water from day to day, much to his growing annoyance. Chakra control sucked. It had paid off in one instance, however. He had finally managed to perfect his new and improved version of the Kurigakure no Jutsu. He had even added a nice little touch by making the mist black. He had gotten the idea from reading up on a genjutsu, of all things, Kakuanju no Jutsu. By making the mist black, he fully eliminated his target's vision, while retaining even more of an advantage in that he could sense their chakra. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to use the jutsu while around allies, as their vision would be hampered just the same. The regular version would have to suffice for then. He had taken to practicing the basics behind the jutsu at random moments, by extending his chakra through ambient water particles in the air. As of now, he had to increase the humidity in his general area to do so, an easy feat for an adept Suiton user, but hoped that he would eventually be able to use the technique without doing so. It would make him a much more potent chakra sensor. His thoughts were interrupted as the double doors to the Hokage's office opened. 2 elderly individuals, a man and a woman Naruto, estimated that they were around the Sandame age, strode out briskly, their faces carefully blank. The man stopped suddenly, his eyes observing Naruto carefully. The gaze, while nothing sinister, unnerved the blonde. He felt like he was under a microscope. "Hamura?" the woman asked, seemingly at a loss at the loss of her walking partner. Naruto started slightly, recognizing the name as one of Sandame's former teammates in the First Great Shinobi War. "That makes the woman Udaten Kaheru," Naruto inferred. While nowhere near as famous as their teammates Sarutobi, Midokado Hamura and Udaten Kaheru, had been well-respected jonin in their day. The retired duo now served as advisors to the Sandame and were the liaisons to the civilian council. The man, Hamura, kept his gaze upon Naruto for a moment longer before giving the boy an almost imperceptible nod and continuing on. "The Hokage will see you now." The bare-masked Anbu spoke up, his voice lacking inflection. Naruto hoped it wasn't a requirement for Anbu to all speak the same way, at least not all the time. He stood up, stretched his muscles quickly, he would likely be sitting for some time, and moved through the double doors, sparing the bare-masked Anbu a quick thank you. Stepping into the well-furnished, circular office, Naruto stood at attention immediately, hands clasped behind his back formally. "Hokage-sama," he said as he executed a short bow. "At ease, Uzumaki," the aged Sandame replied, a hint of a smile crossing his features. "Please, sit down. You ought to make yourself comfortable, as this may take some time." Naruto took a seat in one of the armchairs facing the Hokage's desk, idly noting that it was indeed quite comfortable. "Thank you." Hokage-sama. He accepted the old man's follow-up offer of tea with a measure of surprise. This was already much different than he had originally imagined his debriefing would be. He wondered what other surprises he would be in store for. Given his last debrief, he assumed a great many. I take it you know what this meeting is about. It wasn't a question. Naruto nodded anyway. Good, then I won't have to waste time with that. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, hands interlocked in front of his face. What you may be unaware of is that the situation surrounding your last mission and this are linked, and not for the better, I assure you. At this, the Sandaime sighed, looking at every one of his advanced years. You recall that I and my advisors felt that Iwagakure was maneuvering toward war, and that our teams were being caught and killed inside Kusa's borders. Naruto nodded once more, wondering where the Hokage was taking this. Debriefs conducted by the Hokage and his ranking jonin weren't experiences easily forgotten. Given what was happening, the natural response was to send troops to patrol the area, regardless of the feelings of the other country. Naruto inclined his head at this. Konoha was considered one of, if not the shinobi superpower in the elemental nations, and a superpower acted in its own best interests first. I guess that they didn't take it too well, Naruto concluded. The Hokage nodded, taking a sip of his rapidly cooling tea. Indeed, they did not. Regardless, Kusagakure has been our strongest ally since the end of the Third Great War. On top of that, they act as one of our satellite states, along with Takegakure. Naruto was more than familiar with the situation of Konoha's satellite villages, the villages that allied themselves to Konoha and received a small measure of support during times of peace. They were the villages that Konoha would go to war over. Cutting the history lesson short, Naruto spoke up. They had no choice in the matter. Normally he would keep his mouth shut in the presence of the Hokage, but the aging legend had seemed to value his opinion in their last meeting and had shown a definite interest in the blonde. The fact that they were having a private meeting instead of a group debrief with Genma and Guy spoke volumes in that vein. No, the Hokage replied firmly. They did not. That fact alone managed to create much anti-Konoha sentiment within Kusagakure, and it has only increased since. Sarutobi scoffed. It appears that 3 decades of cordiality and close ties can be undone in a matter of months. Naruto nodded sagely, somewhat alarmed to note that the close ties between villages were much thinner than he had thought. He knew as well as anyone that alliances in their profession were worth only the paper they were printed on, but some small amount of naivety in him still hoped that an ally would remain loyal even through hard times. I'm guessing that this last incident didn't help matters, he stated, a sense of dread growing. No, it did not. The Hokage's voice was firm. While the circumstances surrounding the ambush squads that were sent into Kusa no Kuni remain classified above S rank, I can tell you that the ambush they ran into was hastily formed and very uncoordinated. It was for this reason that you and your comrades were able to so easily dispatch the group, he finished, answering one of Naruto's major questions surrounding the skirmish. The Jonin Moyabun was none too happy with the outcome of the fiasco, as you have probably reasoned, and was most upset to learn that his shinobi were unjustly attacked by Konoha shinobi outside of the situation. Naruto leaned back as if struck, his sense of dread jumping a few notches to outright horror as the big picture formed in his mind. He wanted our heads, it wasn't a question. He still does, the Sandaime stated simply, his voice flat. At Naruto's rapidly paling visage, he quickly reassured the boy. You can rest assured that he will not receive them. I am not in the habit of appeasing our neighbors simply to preserve the status quo. The old man's voice lowered a touch at his last statement, and his face had regret plastered all over it before it was quickly covered up. You and your comrades acted in defense of fellow Konoha shinobi, and I will not reward you by sending your head to Kusagakure. The Hokage straightened, looking as much like the shinobi no kami as Naruto had ever seen. The blonde now saw what countless shinobi had seen over the course of the Great Wars, a man who deserved to be worshipped at shinobi shrines across the continent. His very presence gave Naruto goosebumps. This village did not rise to its position of power by sacrificing its own shinobi, and it will not start now. Naruto had no response to the declaration and simply sat still as the legend's presence receded. He let out a breath that he had been unaware he was holding. Sarutobi clapped, shaking Naruto from his stupor and bringing him back to the situation at hand. "Now that you are aware of the situation, we can get to the heart of this meeting," the Sandaime said, switching gears seamlessly. Naruto nodded, inwardly confused. That wasn't what this was about, he thought. "No, we're not quite done," the Sandaime answered his unasked question with a small, knowing smile. Naruto grimaced as he realized his emotions must have been written all over his face. "This meeting has more to do with your future as a Konoha shinobi." Naruto's surprise likely showed through, but he didn't have enough time to care as another presence was slowly making itself known to him. He had detected it before due to his chakra lacing the more humid air in the Hokage's office, but it was slowly coming to the fore. He had assumed it was one of the Hokage's Anbu, though that, apparently, wasn't the case. The blonde locked his eyes on a spot directly over the Hokage's left shoulder, and a man materialized, seemingly out of thin air. The boy caught a small smile from the Hokage in his peripheral vision, but ignored it in favor of the new, though not very new, presence. Had Naruto met the man on the street, he would have been one of the most remarkable men he had ever laid eyes on, and not really in a good way. He was old as the Sandaime, Naruto estimated. He had one arm free, his left, and one heavily bandaged and most likely useless. His face was half covered in the same white wrappings that covered his damaged arm. "Naruto-kun, allow me to introduce you to a friend and associate of mine, Shimura Danzo." The Sandaime gestured needlessly to the bandaged man. "A pleasure, Shimura-san." Naruto rose and bowed as common courtesy dictated, trying to figure out if he had ever heard of the name. Finding that he didn't, he was puzzled. Anonymity was rare in the shinobi world, and as a direct associate of the Sandaime, Naruto was sure that his name must have been documented somewhere. If Naruto had never heard of him, and Naruto had both heard of and researched most of the village higher-ups, it meant that the man's file was classified A rank and above. "Anbu," Naruto concluded. Danzo silently appraised the blonde, slightly impressed that the boy had been able to detect his presence before he had fully revealed himself. An unknown sensory ability, he concluded out loud. It seems that not all of this generation's potential is wasted. Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. It certainly wasn't the greeting he had expected. He wasn't even quite sure if it was a compliment, given the man's tone. He kept his mouth shut, in any event. "Indeed, Danzo, the situation is not as dire as you seem to have believed," Sarutobi said dryly. "Naruto-kun, here, is quite talented. Unlike so many others among his age group." The reference to Sarutobi's own grandson was apparent even to Naruto. "He seems to feel a month wasted if he has not accomplished some feat of prowess," Danzo countered. It seemed to hold a sneering undertone, as if he was mocking Naruto's accomplishments, though acknowledging them at the same time. Naruto couldn't be sure, but it felt as if he was sitting on the sidelines of an argument that had taken place many times, given the tones of the two contestants. "Yes, and we both know that shinobi peak at different times, in much the same way as they grow at different rates." Turning to Naruto, who had been mostly ignored in favor of the small quarrel, the Sandaime addressed the blonde, "But enough of that. We are here for a much different reason today. Naruto-kun, you know that our relationship with Kusagakure is rapidly deteriorating. You don't know that, with the rising sentiments against Konoha, a pro-Agakure faction has been getting louder." Naruto leaned back in his chair heavily as his mind quickly deduced where this was leading. If he was reading things right, and he liked to think that he was, then Konoha would be at war's doorstep much faster than anticipated. Iwa has always had some support in Kusa no Kuni, but they were always dwarfed and shut down by the pro-Konoha Kusagakure, the one created by nearly 2 decades of aid and support, both during and after the Third Great War, Sarutobi said. "Until now," Naruto finished. "That's right, boy," Danzo spoke up from behind the Sandaime. "The Jonin has begun to hear the pro-Iwa faction, and there are talks of a new alliance, one with the other nation they share a border with." It was only the emotional control that Naruto exerted over himself that kept his head from falling into his hands. Things were fucked up, big time, and he had played a part in it, however inadvertently. For obvious reasons, the Sandaime picked up once more. We cannot allow that to happen. An alliance with Kusagakure would give Iwagakure a free route into Hinokuni. With the shinobi nations marching toward war once more, Konoha needs all the time it can get, and we need that buffer zone. Naruto noticed that Danzo didn't seem too happy with that last statement and, if he was honest with himself, neither was he. The thought of Konoha being forced to rely upon having another nation as a buffer against its enemies rubbed him the wrong way. Was Konoha not the strongest village in the world? Why was it that they simply could not make a preemptive strike in the hopes of nipping this alliance in the bud? The answer was just as vexing. A publicized invasion of Kusa no Kuni would put them more at odds with Kusagakure while accomplishing nothing more than provoking Iwagakure into a full-blown war, as they would no doubt invade grass country in retaliation. It was a delicate situation that Naruto was ashamed to be a part of. So, what now? Now, we move on to why you're actually here, Sarutobi stated. As you are no doubt unaware, Danzo here heads a special division of the Anbu Black Ops. It is known as Anbu Root, or N to some. The Hokage allowed Danzo to take over. During times of peace, Root serves as a division of shinobi and kunoichi, who protect Konoha's interests outside of Fire Country. The men and women of Root act covertly to ensure that Konoha survives the machinations of its enemies. Like Anbu? Naruto asked. In a way, Danzo answered. He seemed slightly displeased with the question, but even more discreet. While Anbu carry out covert operations, the standard Black Ops operate solely within Hinokuni for the most part. The last bit was aimed at Sarutobi, likely in response to the giant situation the village was presented with due to his Anbu. Root deals with the necessary missions that take place outside of Hinokuni. For this reason, Root is all but unknown to the world, as the missions we take are often in direct violation of the treaties we have in place. The very existence of Root would be a cause for war, Naruto concluded. Danzo inclined his head to the boy. Indeed, it is for that reason that every Root member has their file sealed with above S-rank clearance only. For all intents and purposes, they do not exist. Naruto shivered as he understood Danzo's meaning. The blonde lowered his head as his mind finally connected all the dots that had been steadily being revealed throughout the whole meeting. He knew what would be asked of him. He knew that his decision would likely change the whole outcome of his life henceforth. He also knew that he would accept whatever the Hokage would ask of him. His blue eyes locked with the Sandame's. What would you have me do? Hokage-sama, for the good of Konoha. The world from behind a porcelain mask was not how Naruto had originally imagined. For one, the mask was actually quite comfortable, having been molded specifically to his face and head shape. It was also designed in a way that he could actually breathe without having his breath constantly hitting him in the face, its vented front, allowing for the uninterrupted passage of air. The third and most important fact, however, was that his vision wasn't limited in any way, shape or form. He had expected his vision to be limited to what he could see through the twin eye holes. In reality, there were no eye holes. Some person in the past, a rather intelligent one, felt that having covert operatives attempt to take high-level missions with limited visibility was a stupid idea. In response, every single Anbu mask was lined with seals that allowed for the wearer to view the world as if they weren't actually wearing the mask. It was common sense given corporal form and had kindled more than a passing interest in Funinjutsu in the young blonde. The general comfort of the mask carried over to the rest of his new gear. The tight mesh top breathed well, as did the full-fingered gloves that hugged his arms like a second skin. The Kevlar armor was lightweight and his arm bracers felt as if they were an extension of himself. The gear also had the effect of making him look like a total badass in Naruto's humble opinion, his shark mask especially, though most of it couldn't really be seen due to the charcoal-colored cloak he wore over it. Same. Stop daydreaming. We're here. Naruto came to a halt beside his squadron, briefly inclining his head to the bird-masked Amu to his immediate right. Surveying his surroundings, Naruto saw that his platoon was overlooking a large encampment that was situated in a large clearing. Not a particularly defensible position, Taicho, one of the members of Beta Platoon, spoke up from Naruto's left. Our targets are likely located in the very center of the compound, so we'll work from the inside out, the captain of Beta Platoon said. The missing nin are our primary objective, so we eliminate them first. Any fodder that gets in the way is expendable. Turning to address the platoon fully, he continued, "The targets are 4A ranked missing nin who have been harassing the daimyo samurai, so exercise caution. Theta Squad, run interference from the east. Draw their attention from the center of the encampment. Kappa Squad, you have the same assignment from the west. Keep their forces divided and focused on you. Eta and Zeta Squads will directly engage the targets. Epsilon, provide Genjutsu cover and long-range support for Eta and Zeta." Once the captain had finished issuing orders, he dismissed the independent teams with a raised hand. Anbu platoons were organized as 20 shinobi in Kunoichi, divided into 5 teams of 4. Each individual squad had its own captain and could act totally independently of the platoon. The 5 teams worked either in a fully coordinated manner or were given separate parts of a mission that contributed to the whole, as they were now. Swiftly moving with Epsilon, his squad, Naruto wove seals for a genjutsu. He had been a full Anbu for nearly 3 months and he had learned more than he had thought possible. His genjutsu repertoire had increased dramatically, his taijutsu was climbing to new heights, and his ninjutsu and chakra levels were increasing faster than he had thought physically possible. It was all part of his root training. He had been inducted into the True Black Ops, and his first assignment was to act as a regular Anbu in order to maintain his status in the village as a newly recognizable figure among the shinobi and civilian populace. He couldn't just disappear without a trace. He was scheduled to take his first route mission in a little under 2 months' time. Danzo had said he needed to be whipped into proper shape to become a part of Root, as the program was apparently extremely selective. As a result, he now had his first proper sensei, a man named Yamanaka Fu, a nearly emotionless and harsh taskmaster. The auburn-haired man acted as Benteicho for Beta Platoon and was the head of Eta Squad, Beta Platoon's primary combat squad. It was under his direct tutelage that Naruto was improving his shinobi skills so much. The first order of business was to deal with Naruto's ninjutsu, which was apparently subpar. After weeks of chakra building exercises, Fu had given Naruto a list of Suitenjutsu to learn on his own time, while they attempted to develop Naruto's secondary affinity, Futon. Throughout the ninjutsu training, Fu helped Naruto to branch out his genjutsu abilities into the realm of demonic illusions, a series of much more potent genjutsu. At other times, Naruto's taijutsu was being constantly broken down and reformed through nearly lethal sparring matches. The Blonde felt the Yamanaka were simply exercising his more sadistic tendencies. The fact that he was improving by leaps and bounds was about the only thing that kept Naruto going back for more. Finishing his seals, Naruto brought his hands together in a praying gesture, focusing intently on the ebb and flow of his chakra. Same. His immediate squad captain, a large man named Suzuki Housei, asked, "The cloaking is complete, Taicho," Naruto answered as bare-masked captain. "Nihin Shaoja no Jutsu is in place." And indeed it was. As they moved through the encampment behind the Eta and Zeta squads, the bandits and Ronin that made up the general populace of the troop were dropping like flies as Naruto's genjutsu took hold. He wasn't done there, however. The Temple of Nirvana technique was only the beginning of Naruto's carefully constructed lattice of illusions. Behind the immediate sleeping genjutsu lay 2 cloaking illusions, one position offsetting technique and one illusion that made the Anbu group seem like a small division of shinobi rather than just 3 squads. It was a new technique that Naruto had learned of during his training with Fu, called layering. Using the layering technique, a sufficiently competent shinobi could create a network of illusions that were all linked. The only way to dispel the illusions was to attack them all at once, no small feat for the average shinobi. While Naruto doubted that the illusions would hold up under the scrutiny of even 1A-ranked ninja, they did the job of concealing the group's approach to the center of the compound from the troop of Ronin and bandits. They also concealed their presence from the odd missing nin that was a part of the organized compound that Beta Platoon was infiltrating. Their targets were the big guys, not the small-time fodder that littered the ramshackle tents and huts. Illusions? In place, Taicho, Naruto responded stiffly, concentrating as he was on his task of maintaining the genjutsus. While the layering technique would allow for Naruto to let the illusions sustain themselves, the potency and longevity of the genjutsu would increase as he focused on maintaining the illusions. "Good work, Same. Tori." The captain addressed the Kunoichi on Naruto's left. The targets are 3 degrees to the south of our immediate position, less than half a kilometer away. Estimated time to arrival, 40 seconds. The bird-masked Kunoichi responded in near monotone. Hyuga Hikari was a branch family Hyuga whose skills with the Byakugan were an invaluable asset to Epsilon Squad. In a strange twist of fate, Epsilon Squad had been the squad that Naruto and his comrades had saved from the Kusa ninja a little over 1 month ago. They had been on loan to another platoon at the time and had been the sole survivors of the ambush that had claimed the lives of Delta Platoon, as well as the last member of Epsilon Squad. The final member to Naruto's left back in the diamond formation they were running in was an 18-year-old Redeed named Haruno Daisuke. The lizard-masked teen was the teen medic and had been recruited into the Anbu for his seemingly prodigious skill in the medical field, having once been an apprentice to Yakushi Ryoshi, Konoha's head medical ninja. The comlinks played static as Housei relayed the information to Fu, and Epsilon Squad slowed their pace so as to be at an adequate distance to provide support. It wasn't Naruto's favorite role as an Anbu, but it was necessary and helped him to gain experience in the field while not always putting him in the line of fire. He'd still rather be in the thick of things. The point was moot, however, as Eta and Zeta squads fell upon their 4A-ranked targets. The 4 Jonin had been awake and alert, having detected and dispelled the various genjutsu, but were unprepared to face 8 combat-tested and coordinated elites. One of the 4 was dead and another retreating hastily by the time the group had time to fully react. Epsilon, give chase and eliminate. Fu's voice ordered from over the comm. 4 cries of "Hi, Taicho" met the order and the support squad sped off. Attack formation 3. Iki take point. The bear-masked captain ordered as he and Daisuke switched places in the diamond formation. Tori, ETA, Naruto asked. Target 4 degrees northeast and moving slowly, 15 seconds. The branch Hyuga intoned, voice lacking any emotion. Same, give us cover. Naruto didn't bother to respond as he sped through hand seals. The Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu and Niju Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu fell into place, offsetting the group's position by a few meters. As the target, an average-sized man in worn Kumagakure combat fatigues, came into view, Naruto broke off to his right in a diagonal pattern. The bird-masked Hikari mirrored him on his left. As he approached the Kumo nuke Nin, Daisuke flipped through a short series of hand seals before his hands glowed blue as his chakra scalpels activated. A difficult technique to master, Daisuke had proven his medical genius by successfully employing the technique at various points in the past. As a technique that focused on precision and efficiency, right down to the chakra control needed to execute the jutsu, it often became a let-in for Epsilon Squad's combat encounters, as a quick hit could kill or debilitate even the most resilient of shinobi. It should have worked, but the A-ranked nuke Nin proved his worth as he dispelled the genjutsu clouding his senses and dove to the side to avoid Daisuke's deadly strike to the heart. A short series of hand seals later, and Daisuke was forced to abort his follow-up strike, lest he be fried by the ensuing electric current. In a carefully coordinated manner, Naruto and Hikari leapt into the air, simultaneously releasing 2 shuriken toward their quarry. Each of the shuriken multiplied into dozens more as the captain completed the shuriken cage bunshin no jutsu. The Kumo renegade used Kawarimi to escape the deadly stars, and the captain took the initiative, charging the man with his assassin's blade, poised to skewer his target. Not one to be done in so easily, the renegade summoned a wall of water before sending a bolt of lightning through it. The bear-masked Anbu was unlucky as his blade had just passed into the water wall as the nuke Nin electrified it. As the former Kumo Nin moved in for the kill, the captain was saved as Naruto hijacked the water the missing Nin had used for his Sujin Heki, turning it against him. Sugaten. Naruto bit out from behind his shark mask. He watched in satisfaction as the renegade was forced to Kawarimi out of harm's way, drills made of water crashing through the space he had just occupied. Taking advantage of the brief lull in combat, Daisuke quickly made his way to the captain, medical chakra at the ready. Hikari moved to their side, Byakugan activated beneath her mask. Her eyes widened and she had no time to shout a warning as the Kumo Jonin's kunai entered Naruto's skull. The man left his kunai in the dead body, preparing to move in on the unprepared group, when the body of the Anbu in front of him dissolved into mist. His face showed shock as branches appeared from nowhere and bound his arms and legs, a tree trunk impacting his back. "Mokuten?" he questioned weakly, watching as the group he had targeted dissipated into mist as well. "Not quite," was all he heard as 3 blades were thrust through his torso. Watching dispassionately as his team members retrieved their blades from the now deceased Dansei Samashi, one of Kumagakure's former jonin, Naruto let his genjutsu dissipate. "Not bad, rookie. What did you use on the bastard?" Daisuke spoke up as he performed a quick autopsy on the corpse. "Jubaku Satsu," Naruto answered the teenager, tossing a sealing scroll to the captain. "Not that subtle, but it gets the job done just the same." HMPH, a regular cold-blooded killer, a rookie? Daisuke asked with a snicker. Naruto bristled at the rookie jibe. He hated his new nickname in the Black Ops. Naruto was about to retort when Hikari's curt voice cut him off. "Enough, Daisuke, leave the rookie alone." Naruto let out a strangled noise, knowing that the Hyuga had phrased it that way just to get under his skin, while still getting her point across. He could tell from the subtle body language between the two that this had been planned out. It wasn't particularly funny in Naruto's opinion, but he supposed that being in the Anbu killed one's sense of humor. "That's enough from all of you," Housei said curtly, leaking a bit of killing intent to get his point across. He had sealed the body away in the scroll Naruto had passed him, radioed in the kill, and wanted nothing more than to get the hell out of there. "Iki, stop antagonizing the boy." "Tori, we're on a mission. I thought you had more sense than to use our real names. Be glad everyone around here is dead." The 2 chastised Anbu snapped to attention, bowing quickly in a show of respect. Tori, deeper than Iki, as her screw-up, could have been a breach of security had the situation not been what it was. "I apologize, Taicho," the 2 said in unison. HMPH, don't let it happen again. We're done here. Naruto glanced at the sun in the sky, gauging the time. The combined time for the fights had been less than 3 minutes. The swiftness of elite shinobi encounters still surprised him sometimes. "Let's roll out. Benteicho wants to be in Konoha by 1600 hours. The group blanched behind their masks. They were 3 hours from Konoha at a fast pace, and 1600 was under 2 hours from now. That meant one of 2 things. Either Fu had found something of importance in the shithole of a compound they were in, or he was exercising his sadistic side. Naruto sighed in resignation behind his mask. His next training session was going to be shit either way. The mission objectives were completed with little to no trouble, and the only complications arose after the targets had been eliminated. "Elaborate," Sarutobi commanded, his face set in neutrality. An unknown quantity managed to collapse the genjutsu lattice set by Uzumaki Naruto, codenamed Same. As a result, the platoon was forced to engage the majority of the shinobi and ronin in the compound as we exited. Fu's voice was carefully conditioned for monotone. "Injuries?" Sarutobi asked, still neutral. Inwardly, he was slightly concerned, but nothing more. "A few ronin and low-ranked nuke nin should pose no threat to a full platoon of Anbu." Superficial, Fu responded immediately, with no hesitation. The few injuries sustained were mostly from the platoon engaging the targets. The Sandaime nodded, pleased to hear that the mission was completed with few complications. "Have you anything to add?" Fu shook his head. "What of the boy, Uzumaki Naruto?" a voice inquired from behind the Sandaime's chair. The aged Hokage didn't even turn his head to look at Danzo, as interested in the answer as he was. Fu likewise showed no reaction to his immediate superior's presence in the room as he answered. As well as to be expected of a rookie Anbu, his participation was minimal for the most part, preferring to observe. He showcased himself well, however, through his use of cloaking genjutsu and helped assist in the kill of Dansei Samashi, according to his squad captain. "And later, you mentioned complications." "His kills were clean, precise, and efficient, as was expected of him," was the immediate reply. Sarutobi smirked inwardly, taking note of the minuscule hint of pride the nearly emotionless man had in his student's performance. Sarutobi nodded, glancing at Danzo, as if asking him if he had anything to add. When the man gave an almost unnoticeable shake of his head, the Sandaime returned his attention to Fu. "If you've nothing more to report, you are dismissed." The man stood from his position on one knee and snapped a crisp salute to both the Hokage and Danzo before disappearing in Shunshin. "Well?" Saratobi asked his associate. "All good things, if both you and the report are to be believed," Danzo returned, taking a seat opposite the Hokage. "Indeed," Saratobi returned, lighting his customary pipe, "though it bothers me some that a boy of nearly 13 is so well suited to the Black Ops." Itachi. It wasn't a question, nor did it require any clarification on the part of either shinobi. A genius among even the most lauded of shinobi prodigies. "What a waste," Saratobi sighed, shaking his head ruefully. "Yes, but was it not necessary?" Danzo asked rhetorically. "You and I both know what threat that clan posed. It was either that or a civil war that would have brought about Konoha's eventual destruction. We chose the lesser of two evils." "It doesn't make it right." Danzo scoffed lightly. "Perhaps not. But that is the reality of the world we live in." "You always were far too soft, Saratobi. You and I both know how some of your decisions have affected this village." The reference to the Hokage's former star pupil needed no clarification. "Indeed, old friend, but I am just a man, and we both know how some of yours have affected the village as well." The Hokage smiled wryly, "though I suppose that's what you're here for." "I've been correcting your mistakes for years now, monkey," the bandaged man stated. "And I yours." The two old men indulged in a moment of silence, each reminiscing about years past. "How is the situation in Kusa?" the Sandaime asked, quickly changing the topic. The one-eyed man shook his head. "Not well. The pact with Iwa is forming far faster than my informants originally thought possible." The Hokage took a drag from his pipe, shaking his head ruefully. "Over 3 decades of peace and collaboration undone in a year. Even with the fragility of shinobi pacts, that is unusually fast." "Indeed, I thought much the same," Danzo replied. "My informants managed to stumble upon the reason." Seeing he had Saratobi's full attention, he continued with a humorless chuckle. "Jinchuriki. Surely not." The Sandaime was shocked at the mere thought of Iwa bargaining with one of their most prized weapons. At Danzo's nod, he was forced to accept the point. His old friend would hardly joke about anything, much less something this serious. "Which one?" "Raushi," was the simple reply. Saratobi leaned back in his chair heavily, looking at every one of his 7 decades. "Heavens above," he gasped. "My thoughts exactly," Danzo said angrily, his impeccable emotional control slipping with the weight of the moment. As quickly as Saratobi had deflated, he rose up once more, looking more like the shinobi god he had been known as than Danzo had seen in years. He was forcibly reminded why this man had been made Hokage and not him. "We must mobilize more quickly, then. How is the establishment of the resistance?" As a covert operation that Konoha could have no visible hand in, the overthrowing of an Iwa-backed regime in Kusagakure had to look as much like a homegrown insurrection as possible so as to avoid outright war with Iwagakure before Konoha was ready. In came the resistance movement. Better than originally anticipated, it appears that we had more supporters within Kusagakure's ranks than we originally thought. Not all have forgotten Iwa's acts during the last 2 wars, and a resistance was already forming when my men began their operation. Needless to say, they were rather excited to hear that they would have, if not our full, some serious support. "How many do you propose we send?" Saratobi was in full war mode now, his earlier weariness forgotten in the wake of necessity. "As many of my routes as logically possible. The situation requires discretion above the norm, and there are few standard shinobi that I would trust with such an operation. Your Enbu have already proved themselves incapable of acting properly outside our borders." Saratobi ignored the jab at his personal troops in favor of mulling the situation over. "I assume Naruto would be among them." It wasn't a question. "We are old, Saratobi," Danzo began. "Konoha will require someone to take over after we are both dead, and there are few with the necessary qualifications. Save Jiraiya, your students all turned out to be failures in that regard. Perhaps, but you would do well not to count out Tsune just yet. You propose that we let the boy sharpen his skills in true combat? It is an awful risk, Danzo, and I don't like placing all of our eggs in one basket just yet." Orochimaru had already let him down in that regard, and, while Naruto was certainly nothing like that man, he was far from eager to place such a burden on one so young and untested. His father did much the same in the last war, did he not? Sarutobi had to concede that point. As for placing too much on him, we've no one else. Haddock is a shadow of his former self and has too few qualities of a Hokage. Mito is powerful, but would command no respect from the other Kages. Danzo stood as he ranted. With our two top jonin out of the question, we must look to the younger generation. As much potential as your grandson has, he has neither the temperament nor the maturity to be properly molded, at least not yet. Other than Uzumaki, the Uchiha is the only standout and he pales in comparison. Not to mention that neither you nor I would be willing to place much, if any, faith in the boy. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose in an attempt to stem his oncoming headache. Danzo was correct, of course. Uzumaki Naruto was their most sensible option at the moment. When it came to grooming a Hokage, there was a long process involved. It was one that his mentors, the Shadame and Nidame Hokages, had put both himself and Danzo through, with Sarutobi proving himself time and again. It was a process that Sarutobi had carefully put Orochimaru through from the moment he had first taken the boy as a student, only for Namikaze Minato to blitz through the ranks and surprise the world out of the blue. The Yondaime had proven himself superior to Orochimaru in every necessary way, and Sarutobi had been all too happy to relinquish his job to the blonde man. If only you had survived, Minato-kun, Sarutobi thought ruefully. With the legend dead at the hands of the Kyuubi, a shinobi village completely unprepared for war, and no plausible candidates in sight, Sarutobi and Danzo were forced to fall back on Uzumaki Naruto, a mostly untested 12-year-old boy. They could only hope that he would surprise them, just as his father had. Chapter 5: Sins. So what is it that you do, exactly? A tall, dark-skinned man chuckled lightly, his pale blonde hair moving with his head. Logistics, my young friend. At the boy's questioning look, he elaborated. I manage the missions, the information flow, the timing, you get the picture. Mission orders come through me. You need something, you come to me. I let the big people know what needs to get done, and it gets done. Ah, Naruto nodded in understanding. They told me you were the big man round here, not what you did. The large man shrugged, taking a sip of his tea. Yer and Black Ops kid, the less anyone knows, the better it is for the rest of us, you feel me? Naruto's eyebrows rose in slight concern. Should I be worried? He couldn't help the shudder that passed through him. He straightened and glanced about. Nah, just protocol. Shit like that don't go down on simple missions like this. Just practice for the big stuff. Finishing off his tea, the black man shook his head at Naruto, having noticed the boy's eyes glancing around. God, kid, they told me you were a newbie, but not that new. Get a fucking grip on yourself. Naruto shrugged sheepishly, taking a sip of his, now cold, tea. He grimaced in distaste. Yeah, guess you're right. Mission jitters and all that, you know. The dark man snorted. Look kid, I ain't one for pep talks, but if your boss was crazy enough to send you into these parts, it means you've got some skills. So stop your worrying and just focus on getting the job done, you feel me? Is it really that bad here? Look around ya, kid. Yer in Motherfucking Kumo, y'all tree huggers ain't too well liked round these parts. Naruto nodded with a grimace, an expression that was becoming far too well used on his 13-year-old face. Yeah, I guess. Not used to this sort of mission. More smash and bang stuff. Simpler. Not used to being subtle? The logistics man asked skeptically. I can do subtle things, Naruto argued and gestured at the people around them. The logistics man had to give the young blonde credit, his genjutsu skills were top-notch. If the cloaking they were under was any indication. Just don't know how I ended up as the assassin type. Don't really look the part. The logistics man Naruto never got his name snorted. Do I look like the sort to be handling this type of shit, kid? Fact is, you being the way you are makes you perfect for this sort of stuff. Same with me. Naruto had to give the man that point. Naruto had immediately pegged the large-muscled man as a heavy combat specialist, far from what he actually did. Makes it easier if you don't look the part, I guess. People don't pay attention to you. Thanks, Naruto heard the large man grunt. His dango had finally arrived. So, who's the target, exactly? Naruto asked, a forced casual note in his voice. The dark man gave him a searching stare. They didn't tell ya? The logistics man asked around a mouthful of dango. Naruto raised a pale blonde eyebrow. his hair having been dyed a lighter blonde to better blend into the environment. Should they have thought that was your thing? The large man shrugged, having finished his dango in record time. It is, just as thought they'd coddle you a little, first mission and all, you know. Naruto snorted as the man signaled for another platter. Coddle, you've never met my boss. Naruto had a hard time using the words coddle and danzo in the same sentence. They simply didn't belong together. Nope. The dark man handed a file folder to Naruto from across the table, having discreetly summoned it from a storage scroll. Ah, the wonder of seals, Naruto thought fondly, few ninjutsu having attracted his interest of late. He briefly perused the contents of the folder, taking a moment to appreciate the thoroughness that went into creating the dossier. It contained everything from her mission history to her birth records, each listed out in precise detail. You guys don't mess around. Info is the backbone of every successful mission, the black man stated sagely. Naruto didn't react to the statement outwardly, despite its obvious truthfulness. He was focused on the picture of a dark-skinned woman with yellow eyes and deep red hair. He hid his grimace. I hate killing women, he thought forlornly. What's her day like? Naruto asked, fighting to keep his voice level. He closed the folder quietly. The man shrugged. Standard for a chunin in the missions department. She gets up, walks her son to the academy, goes to the missions office, picks up her son from the academy, goes home. You need times? I can have a file drawn up. Naruto shook his head. The general information should be all that he needed. He could and would find out the times on his own. His mission wasn't particularly time-sensitive. He had until week's end, and that was still 3 days from now. He would take his time to complete the mission properly, despite his distaste for it. If it was worth doing, it was worth doing correctly, and Danzo certainly wanted it done the right way. Regardless of the fact that his target was giving secrets to Kumo, they were limited to what she knew of Konoha's operations in this neck of the woods, operations that weren't of too much significance, as it was peacetime. Creating an international incident over a small fry wasn't in his mission briefing, nor did the blonde expect that it would ever be. She has a son? The shorter shinobi asked. The logistics man nodded absently, his sunglasses-covered eyes following the form of their rather attractive waitress. It's in the file, he said simply. Naruto absently blew a strand of hair out of his face, rolling his eyes as he did so. He needed a haircut. Anything else worthy of note? He asked the distracted man, bringing him back to attention. Oh, yeah, she's tailed by 2 jonin at all times. Might wanna watch out for him. The dark man nodded simply, as if this information was no more important than anything else that had been said previous. It made sense. The woman was acting as an informant for the Raikage by divulging what information she knew about Konoha, its inner workings, and her knowledge of its spy network. Placing her in the care of 2 jonin was perfectly reasonable. It also made Naruto's job that much harder. Fabulous. Naruto quipped sarcastically. Anything on them? The large man shrugged. Mission histories and the like, not much else. Things are a bit tense here right now. Don't wanna risk too much, can be too careful. The last bit was said just as casually as everything else that had come out of the black man's mouth, but it still gave the young Anbu pause. Naruto hid his surprise behind an emotionless facade. He could read between the lines of that statement. It was surprising that the man would reveal such information to him. Hidden though it was, spies were supposed to be discreet about their dealings, and dishing out unnecessary info wasn't exactly protocol. It also gave Naruto a leg up over the man, having not volunteered any information about himself in their encounter thus far. It was proof that the dark man might not have been as experienced as he had originally seemed, given that he had nearly outright told Naruto that he was the new kid on the block around these parts. It was the only explanation of why he might not be able to get full dossiers on the 2 jonin currently guarding Naruto's target. It wasn't really the man's fault. Naruto assumed that Konoha's Danzo's whole network in these parts had been shaken up by his target's unexpected defection. While all good networks were compartmentalized and could deal with such realities, it wasn't every day that the section chief's top informant decided to develop some loyalty toward her home village. Naruto mentally shook his head at the situation as he skimmed the histories of the 2 jonin currently on guard duty, one rookie who was assigned as immediate protection, while the veteran oversaw the area. He'd have to find a way to work around that. "Good to know," the blonde responded casually, passing the thin jackets back to the black man. He took a final swig of his tea. "Anything else?" He took the man's immediate departure as a no. To say it in a few words, Uzumaki Naruto was impressed. From his vantage point on the side of the cliff, he had a good view of the Kumagakure Ninja Academy's training grounds. Frankly, impressed was an understatement of Naruto's feelings at the moment. The students' accuracy was near perfect for each throw. When it wasn't, an instructor would be on them like white on rice, correcting any visible flaws. The taijutsu exercises were executed with precision and efficiency, and the ninjutsu, while not many, were well coached and drilled to the point of near mastery. It was a sight to behold, in Naruto's opinion, and was commendable. The blonde couldn't help but nod appreciatively. The atmosphere created by the instructors and students was one of intense learning and concentration at the task at hand, namely, becoming a shinobi or kunoichi, and capable ones. It reminded Naruto of the reserve classes he had attended during his year in the program. The instructors were competent and the students were focused and driven enough not to goof off unnecessarily. From what little he had seen in the 2 hours he had been scouting, Naruto could reasonably determine that the class rankings were decided within the classroom, as every student he had seen thus far had been quite competent at the practical aspects of shinobi life. On one hand, it was an impressive sight to say the least, and the picture of what a ninja academy should be in the blonde's opinion. On the other, it said something about the differing attitudes of the two great shinobi villages he had been in. Konoha's academy had been far from demanding for Naruto, and while it managed to turn out fairly competent genin on a 6-month basis, the lackadaisical attitude shown by both the chunin instructors and the students was a joke compared to the sight in front of him. Kumo's program, at a glance, looked to be designed to churn out competent and combat-ready shinobi and kunoichi. He knew, after mentally comparing what he knew of the two academies, that the average Konoha graduates would be utterly annihilated by their Kumagakure counterparts. Konoha's academy said that it used a program to churn out ninja with a solid grounding in the ninja arts that could then be built upon by their jonin instructors. From what he had managed to learn through his observations and information gathering in Kumo, not only did the students have a much firmer base in the ninja arts, as showcased by the students he was currently watching, but the program also encouraged individual competition through the use of jonin apprenticeships. While Kumo did use the tried and true method of jonin instructors, they had a system of apprenticeships that were given out to the top 12 students in the academy. The top students were apprenticed in teams of 3 to highly competent and well-known jonin in the village, almost assuring their eventual promotion to jonin themselves. The system encouraged competition for the top 12 spots and helped the students stay highly motivated to improve their own skills, lest they be relegated to the more average squads. Konoha's system basically told the students that they only needed the minimum amount of training in order to graduate, and that they would pretty much be guaranteed to become genin. While the reserve program managed to bring many of the failed graduates up to speed, it was still a full year of necessary instruction that could be avoided entirely in many cases if the students were more motivated to improve themselves in the first place. The differences in the two systems spoke volumes about what the two villages were trying to accomplish. Given the atmosphere in Kumo's academy, it looked as if the village and the Reikage were attempting to create battle-ready soldiers for war. It was almost the exact opposite of Konoha's coddling-like approach to its academy students. He knew full well that Kumo's program was fairly new. They likely wouldn't have suffered the same losses they did in the Third Great War, with a constant influx of highly competent shinobi and kunoichi graduates. To Naruto's knowledge, Kumo certainly wasn't mobilizing. He likely would have learned of it from Danzo in his mission briefing, and, even if he hadn't, he would have been able to tell after a few days in the village. He wasn't sure that the knowledge that Kumagakure wasn't, in fact, mobilizing for war was more troubling than if they were, given their training program. In any event, the knowledge that the Reikage, a man named A, from what he had overheard, wanted to continue to amass military strength and power in a time of relative peace in the elemental nations was troubling. He would have to include it in his report when he returned home. That, however, wasn't important to the blonde at the moment. No, his attention was focused on one person in particular, a red-haired boy named Kamaza Kitu, who was currently firing blunted shuriken at his various classmates, all of whom were dodging like the wind. Smiling slightly at the exercise, having done that himself with his clones over the years, Naruto regarded the young boy. He wasn't much younger than Naruto himself, the dossier on his mother having said he was just now 12, and Naruto could clearly see the potential as a shinobi the boy had. His movements were efficient and precise, his throws were made with the minimum effort required to reach their targets, and they were just that little bit more accurate than his classmates. Naruto wouldn't have been surprised to hear that Kitu was the top rookie. Looking skyward as the students finished their practice, inwardly marveling at the lack of clouds, due to the elevation, Naruto recognized that it was late afternoon. That meant that the academy would be letting out soon. It was time to get this show on the road. Focusing, Naruto channeled his chakra and slipped into a shunshin, taking care not to leave any smoke behind as a screen. His abilities with the body flicker had grown immensely since he had manually increased his speed. Due to the speed increase, less chakra had to be used to achieve the same level of speed as he had before. While he was no yondaime, he wasn't even close to the likes of Shunshin no Shisui. That little tidbit of information could go a long way toward making the Shunshin battle effective. It was so simple it was almost a slap in the face to Naruto, who had been painstakingly researching complex forms of speed augmentation for years. Reappearing outside the cafe he had eaten at the day previous, careful not to disturb any passers-by, Naruto swiftly began his trek toward the Ninja Academy. It was somewhat unnecessary, given he would be out of the village within 2 hours if all went according to plan the country soon after, but making sure that various people, shinobi included, saw him at some point was in the interest of his general health if he wasn't able to get out of Kumo as quickly as he would have liked. It went against what was commonly practiced in the shinobi world, but a nameless assassin appearing from nowhere would raise questions, especially given who his target was. This operation wasn't supposed to have Konoha's name written all over it, regardless of the fact that the woman was selling secrets. Subtlety's the name of the game. As he turned a corner, the academy in sight with the cage complex looming overhead, he wondered what Kumo's intelligence had gained from the woman who had served as one of Danzo's top informants in Lightning Country. He didn't know what Kumo had done to sway her to their side, but he found that he honestly didn't care. The realization was a little disturbing to Naruto, and it gave him pause. The information she was giving was placing the lives of Konoha citizens in danger. Unacceptable, the blonde thought viciously. Nothing more, nothing less. Stopping short of the academy, his sharp eyes found their target. The red-haired woman was flanked on her left by one of her 2 escorts, waiting for her son to exit the academy. Perfect. Naruto had anticipated that one of her escorts would be directly next to her, the crowd of parents surrounding the academy making for a perfect attack spot, after all, and he had planned accordingly. Scanning the crowd briefly, he extended his chakra into the air, causing a subtle rise in humidity that would, hopefully, go unnoticed. Feeling the various chakra signatures present, he immediately began searching for the highest one. It wasn't a foolproof way to find the hidden jonin, but it would give him an estimation of where the man was. It wasn't a guarantee that the jonin would have the highest chakra levels, but it was likely. His chakra rebounding off a person faster than normal alerted him to a man's presence on the roof. Blue eyes locked onto a man in standard Kumo garb overlooking the crowd. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. The predictable placement put him too far away to stop what was about to happen. But then, the people next to the woman wouldn't be able to react fast enough to prevent her death. The young blonde snapped to attention as the doors to the academy opened and the first of the students trickled through. He was already moving as he spotted his quarry, the red-haired Kitu being the first one through the door. His short stature aided him in moving swiftly between the massive bodies, and he brushed past his target and her protector. Naruto knew doubt but not hesitation as he subtly brushed his fingers over his target's bare forearm. The sound of his heartbeat drummed loudly in Naruto's ears, and the assassin let out a minute sigh of relief as he passed his quarry without incident. The large group of academy students parted around him, and the blonde spied Kitu speeding up to reach his mother. He closed his eyes for a moment, some small part of him hoping, praying for someone to notice and stop him from what he was about to do. But no one noticed. No one could. He had planned it to be undetectable, and he had gone unnoticed through the crowd. Naruto passed the rushing Kitu without a word, bile creeping up his throat at the knowledge that the boy would be without a mother. He would be like Naruto himself, though it would be the blonde depriving him of that right rather than a demon fox. For a single, suspended second, Naruto warred with himself. The idea of turning another boy, one hardly younger than himself and an innocent, into an orphan sickened him, and yet the image of Konoha appeared in his mind's eye. From the Hokage monument to all the men and women he ran missions with, it was all in danger, all because of one woman who happened to be a mother. In Naruto's mind was a war between his conscience and his duty. It wasn't a fair fight, and the blonde quelled the rush of self-loathing with the image of his home once more. "I'm so sorry," he thought, watching from the corner of his eye as the red-haired academy student passed him. Abruptly, his eyes went cold, and he formed a half-ram seal. The dormant genjutsu Naruto had laid on the Jonin as he passed him activated with a tiny application of chakra. The boy closed his eyes as he heard the rustling of cloth and the telltale sound of a drawn blade. He tasted bile as a sickening squelch met his ears, and the unmistakable sound of a body hitting the ground sounded. Oh my god, mission accomplished. Grass parted and dirt sprung into the air as Naruto sat down heavily. Taking a deep breath to slow his rapidly beating heart, Naruto deftly spun a kunai around his right middle finger, idly tracing the inscription of his initials along the handle. It, along with its brother, had been an idea of Epsilon's resident medic Nin. Having seen Naruto use twin kunai to deadly effect in practice, and more than a few skirmishes, he and the rest of Epsilon's squad had arranged to have a twin set of elongated knives commissioned for the blonde. With leather grips designed to fit Naruto's hands perfectly, the 16-inch knives were more than just the average kunai. 6 inches longer than the standard fare, the twin knives were crafted with the finest shinobi-grade steel that money could buy. Naruto had hoped for some chakra channeling capabilities, but that would have required another, less durable metal to fashion the blades with. Steel was like the human body in that it didn't absorb chakra particularly well, and only high chakra-saturated steel could channel the life essence properly. Anything less was pointless. It also made chakra weapons, true chakra weapons, that were much more expensive. The saturation process took nearly a year to complete, and, as such, the steel couldn't be stockpiled to any great extent. Apparently, saving the team's lives, however unwittingly, didn't quite warrant the gift of a pair of custom chakra blades. Cheap bastards, Naruto thought with some amusement and no real ill will. The dual blades were far from a cheap gift in any event, and the fact that they were designed for him specifically made them all the nicer. According to Housei, there was a second pair waiting in the wings for when he stopped growing. Naruto had been more than a little surprised when the team had given him the twin blades a few days after he had returned from his excursion in Kumo. That surprise had only doubled when he had learned that it had been Daisuke's idea. Contrary to the redhead's attitude toward his blonde comrade on missions and in team training, the teenager was surprisingly well-grounded and down-to-earth, resulting in the two striking up an easy camaraderie outside of work. The two shared similar dreams of future success, though in different fields of shinobi life. Naruto in the application of all battle-oriented techniques, and Daisuke in the field of shinobi medicine. The teenaged Haruno apparently dreamed of becoming a medic with competency rivaling Tsunade of the Sannin, known throughout the elemental nations as the greatest shinobi medic to ever live. It was certainly a stretch for anyone to truly rival the last remaining Sanju, but Naruto felt Daisuke had more of a shot than most. The redhead was unusually talented in the field of medicine, having mastered the chakra scalpels to deadly effect at a very young age, and possessed a single-minded determination. Hikari called it bullheadedness, and Naruto was forced to agree with the Hyuga to excel in the study. On top of that was the fact that he had managed to prove more than competent with average, if not subpar medical education. Both the interest and general competency in the field of shinobi medicine had left with Tsunade, and few in the village were both capable healers and competent teachers. Daisuke's talent would likely keep him well ahead of the pack for some time to come, as it was far from likely that the vaunted Slug Princess would return from her imposed exile anytime soon. The two youngest members of Beta Platoon would often share a drink after missions or training. Naruto usually had a drink of chilled tea, combined with a Western lemon drink. It was surprisingly tasty and would sometimes train together outside of actual scheduled practice. For Naruto, it was the first real friendship he had ever had with someone close to his own age, his librarian friend by his side, and it was a refreshing experience to talk to someone who could relate to him on a more emotional level. Daisuke had plenty of advice for the younger boy, having been in many positions similar to Naruto in his own formative years in the Corps, and didn't hesitate to bestow his superior experience upon Naruto, often in the most annoying ways. For Daisuke, it was a pleasant experience having someone younger than him on the team, as it took some of the weight off of his shoulders. He had been the team's former rookie and had been subjected to the same forms of torment that Naruto now experienced in Anbu, constant ribbing only being a small part of his hazing period. The 18-year-old saw the boy as a sort of younger sibling or cousin and delighted in making him uncomfortable. His next closest relative was his cousin Sakura, the Haruno family's darling and an academy student 1 year younger than Naruto. It was much more difficult for the 18-year-old to relate to a 12-year-old girl than to Naruto. As it would happen, Naruto's senior teammate would likely be with him now, had it not been for his little cousin's graduation from the academy earlier that day. The whole family, it wasn't that large, was throwing a party for the girl's graduation, much to Daisuke's chagrin. "They didn't throw me a party," the Anbu had whined. Frankly, Naruto was lucky to be here himself. Most of the village was on high alert at the moment, as some foreign assassin had decided that the academy's graduation was a good time to take a potshot at the Sandame's grandson. Anbu was dispatched in record time to find the assassin, but the elite fighting force had been unlucky so far. It seemed that the shinobi was smarter than the average in his modus operandi. Many would-be assassins simply ran from their pursuers in a straight line, hoping speed would carry them to safety. Laying low and blending in was a much underrated tactic, one that Naruto had employed rather well in Kumo. At last check, the Hokage had called in the Inuzuka's talents in tracking to help find the assassin, but he had eluded his pursuers thus far. Sighing, Naruto leaned his head against the wooden shack that was the only landmark of his current whereabouts. He was sitting in a small clearing that he and Mizuki had often used for their training sessions. There were many reasons for someone to want Sarutobi Konohamaru dead, and nearly every motive led back to his legend of a grandfather. An avenue that he didn't even want to consider was that Kumagakure was retaliating in response to his killing of their informant. It was unlikely that that was the case. It seemed far too bold for one of the Great Five. It risked a war once the assassin was found out, but the Yondaime Reikage was known to go against the grain in his running of his village. In any event, it certainly wasn't a great start to the young Sarutobi's shinobi career, who had surprised many of his instructors by finishing middle of the pack in his class. Naruto shook his head in bemusement. It seemed that the boy had hidden depths that even his own instructors hadn't been able to see. Good on him. Naruto silently applauded the prankster. Hidden depths were an important part of shinobi life and would only help the Sandame's grandson in the future. Maybe he would make something of himself after all. More competent shinobi for Konoha would only be a good thing after all, and they were becoming surprisingly hard to come by these days. Not a day went by that he didn't hear either Housei or Hikari grumbling about the sad state of graduates that the academy churned out. While Housei complained that none of them were adequately prepared for the realities of shinobi life, Naruto was forced to agree with his captain in this regard. Hikari raged about how pathetic the Kunoichi were. Honestly, Naruto had never seen so much emotion from a Hyuga than when they had been on a regular village patrol and had passed by the academy's training ground. The two Kunoichi sparring had been nothing short of pathetic. His teammate's ire had only increased when she had seen that it was her main family cousin Hinata or something that was involved in the match. Naruto had been forced to refute her great generalization of the Kunoichi graduates. The graduates from the year previous had been somewhat competent, especially if that girl Tenten had been any indication. Naruto had struck up a relative friendship with the bun-haired girl, who worked part-time in the weapons shop he frequented, and had found that she was more than pleasant to talk to and be around. She was cute too, though Naruto would never reveal that particular thought to any living soul. He'd have to drop by sometime. Thoughts drifting away from the cute weapons specialist, Naruto abruptly narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He angrily blew a strand of hair from its position near his right eye. He really needed a haircut. Just can't catch a break these days, he mused. If it wasn't botched mission specs, it was an unexpected group of missing nin or some international incident. The list went on. His train of thought evaporated as his well-trained senses picked up a presence moving towards his position. Normally he wouldn't have paid it any heed, the training grounds were open at all hours for all shinobi. But the reminder of an unknown assassin gave him pause. The blonde formed 3 seals, disappearing in an unseen haze, and waited. Less than a minute passed before his quarry appeared. Shifting his position slightly, Naruto watched dispassionately as multiple golden spires penetrated the wooden shack he was leaning against, about 1 meter to his right. He raised an eyebrow in surprise as the thrown weapons broke down the wall of his leaning post, completely splintering the wood. Quickly surveying the surrounding foliage, he spotted his would-be assailant perched on a nearby tree branch. A second eyebrow joined the first as he noticed that the boy had 6 arms. That's not weird at all. Focusing chakra and forming Atsuchi Bunshin, Naruto noted that the weapons the boy had thrown were similar to what the would-be assassin had used to nearly kill Saratobi Konohamaru. And here I am with no backup, he thought with more than a sprinkling of frustration. Why is it always me? The exposed mud clone was quickly cut down by a high-velocity throw, and Naruto silently respected the boy's accuracy. It was good. Too bad it wouldn't really matter. Still concealed by his genjutsu, Naruto poured chakra into his legs and slipped into Shunshin, his arm outstretched. The 6-armed boy's eyes widened as he felt the incoming chakra, but was powerless to stop Naruto's crushing clothesline. Naruto transferred all of his momentum and power into the strike with an almighty grunt of exertion and watched in satisfaction as the assassin's motion was halted by a rather immovable tree. A satisfying crack accompanied both the immediate strike and the boy slamming into the tree, and Naruto dropped his cloaking genjutsu. His blue eyes darted around the clearing in search of other threats, but situational awareness fell by the wayside as an eruption of pure chakra knocked him back. Startled and off balance as he was, Naruto didn't notice the golden arrow tearing towards his position until it was already by him. Instinct and reflexes born of battle saved him, and the blonde found himself airborne. Landing far more gracefully than he had dodged, Naruto watched with wide eyes as the golden bolt of death tore through the tree, whose branch he had just been standing on. He didn't want to think what might have happened to his body if he had been hit. A deep, hacking laughter stole his attention. Well, this game might be a bit harder than I thought. A higher level than anticipated, but I guess it's more fun that way. A monster now stood in place of the 6-armed boy Naruto had blitzed, complete with red skin, horns, 3 eyes and long gray hair. In his arms was a classic longbow, made of the same golden substance that both his former weapons and arrow were formed by. Sharp eyes centered on the point where Naruto had struck the monster, and the blonde took in cracked gold caked with blood before he was on the move once more. He spun round and whirled, deftly avoiding another arrow that was accompanied by a group of the thrown yellow weapons from before. His speed got better, Naruto realized with some distress. The hell happened to him? The crack of the tree behind him was expected, and Naruto launched a clip of shuriken at the boy-turned-monster. He hadn't expected them to do any damage, really, but was unprepared for them to be so casually blocked with the red monster's forearm, now covered in the golden substance that Naruto had begun to associate with his attacker. Grimacing and taking cover behind a tree, Naruto formed 3 mud clones. The first was skewered by a high-velocity arrow, and Naruto hurriedly directed his remaining 2 to attack, while the monster was forced to create and notch another arrow. Channeling chakra to his feet, Naruto went vertical on the tree. It was more than obvious that the unnamed assassin was a long-ranged specialist and, given his obvious competency and resiliency, wouldn't just let Naruto get close range with him. Perching himself on a tree branch one level higher than his enemy, Naruto wove seals at a furious pace. Nothing happened to his eyes, but he was acutely aware of the situation playing out in his mind's eye. To the eyes, all three of them, of his assailant, his two mud clones, had become 24 charging attackers. The boy had been close to dispelling the genjutsu, but his first Tsuchi Bunshin had made contact, forcing the monster on the immediate defensive. Naruto gave the teenager credit. Despite being a long-ranged specialist, he was rather competent close-in, competent and durable enough to dispel a well-trained clone. The initiative was still Naruto's, however, as a clone was always close enough to the monster that he couldn't conceivably dispel the genjutsu, with possibly taking a debilitating hit, regardless of the fact that only one more clone in the onslaught was actually tangible. He doesn't know that, Naruto thought viciously. Passable my ass, he growled, remembering Fuu's less than impressed reaction to his deception. Ah, the wonders of genjutsu, Naruto thought, a moment of fondness for his chosen art overtaking him as he watched his manipulation play out. The monster was steadily being herded towards his cover. Hands formed seals for the Suiton, Zasenzen, and it was then that two things happened at once. The customary thin stream of chakra-sharpened water burst towards his opponent at high speed. The red-skinned monster turned, arrow notched in his golden bow, and fired at nearly point-blank range. Naruto blinked as the sound of the arrow striking the tree trunk sounded in the silence. Staring down at the decapitated form of the six-armed assassin, he noted with some interest that the boy's skin was turning back to its original tan color. His eyes shifted briefly to the golden arrow that was lodged in the tree trunk to his left. He shook his head. Way too close on that one. Damn good thing I always use dual illusions. Tucking an errant strand of hair behind his ear, Naruto leapt to the forest floor. His hands moved through seals slowly and precisely. He wasn't yet comfortable with the technique and placed them on top of the rapidly cooling corpse. He was using a small diagnostic jutsu courtesy of Daisuke and would simply collect the preliminary results before he brought the body to the Anbu headquarters for a full autopsy. It was amazing what one could learn from a ninja's corpse. The chakra-saturated air tipped him off, and having no desire to become a corpse himself, he swiftly gathered the corpse in his arms before kawarimeing with a nearby log. Fucker's good at stealth. The grand fireball that was cooking the space he had previously occupied was less stealthy. Extending his senses and glancing about, Naruto picked up a chakra source. It was disturbingly familiar, as was the figure standing on the charred earth. Naruto, Mizuki whispered, a conflicted expression marring his visage as he spied the blonde. The silver-haired Chunin was armed to the teeth, two Fuma shuriken on his back, and a scroll to his left. Shock overtook the blonde, even as his body moved on autopilot to deal with a new enemy. Mizuki, Naruto whispered, his mind ablaze to comprehend the situation at hand. It was perfectly plausible that his friend had simply been in search of the assassin, and his search had led him here. That would explain why he was armed. The sad, regretful look in his eyes that was replaced with grim determination said otherwise. That's it, guys, for this reading. I hope you liked it, and I thank you for your continued support. Please like and subscribe for a free ticket to the different worlds of anime fanfiction. I look forward to having you on board again.